I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kalabhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashivam, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kalabhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashivam, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but Your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kalabhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kalabhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. The moment you decide, your conscious identity you have, you will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashivam, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kalabhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashivam, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but Your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kalabhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. to carry my mission. She is already trained. Sharada Devi. She is trained enough. She will be the foundation from which this Ramakrishna Sampradaya, this whole civilization, revival will start. And that's true. It is she, Para Shakti Jagat Janani, Sharada Devi. She formed the foundation for this whole Ramakrishna Sampradaya to flower. I tell you, in Hindu civilization, spirituality, religion, Hindu economy, everything is centered on mother, on women.
Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, a great avatar who lived from 1836 to 1886, says very beautifully, Shiva is Brahman, but Devi has the key to reach Brahman. Unless she opens, nobody can reach. Very beautifully, he describes a house scene. Even though husband is the owner, the key to the house will be on the hip of the mother. Either you have to fall at the feet of the mother, or the small sons of the mother. Only they can touch that place and remove the key. Nobody else can touch. So either surrender to the mother, or people who are closer to the mother who can reach. Here we have a Shastra Pramana from the Devi Upanishad. Devi says, I am essentially Brahman. From me the world comprising Prakriti and Purusha, the void and the plenum. I am bliss and non-bliss. Knowledge and ignorance are myself. Brahman and non-Brahman are to be known, says the scripture of the Atharvana Vedas. I am the five elements as also what is different from them. I am the entire world. I am the Veda as well as what is different from it. I am the unborn, I am the born. Below and above and around am I. Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, Parashakti, is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes comes out and go in. Source with the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the source. Source Shakti, source energy, source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now residing in which all of us are going to merge back into. Out of extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving wounds, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. We are now going to be seeing the significance of Devi Parashakti in her own words, as well as the reason behind the Akashic readings.
Om, Om, Om. Om, Om, Om. ஓம் எனும் ஓங்காரத்து உட்பொருளாய் மலர்ந்து உயிர்த்தெழுந்து இறையனார் இடப்பாகத்திருந்து குமரிக்கண்டம் ஆளும் மீனாட்சி மலர்ந்தேன் இங்கு நல்லருள் செய்திடவும் நல்வாக்கு தந்திடவும் ஆனந்தம் ஞானத்தொடு பூரண அன்பு ஏகம் அநேகமாய் ஆகிய இப்புவுலகிற்கு பரமசிவன் ஞானம் தர வந்தேன் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி. அருளாட்சி அரசாட்சி பொருளாட்சியோடு நன்மாட்சிமையோடு ஆட்சி செய்யும் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான் கருணையே வடிவாய் கண்மலர்ந்து நன்மை செய்திட வந்திட்டேன். மாந்தர்கள் கேளுங்கள் இந்த பெருநன்மை சத்தியத்தை, கேட்டு நீங்கள் வாழ்ந்திட கேடும் பெருந்துக்கமும் உங்களுக்கில்லை. கேட்டிடுங்கள். இவ்வினாடி என்னை கண்டுகொண்டும் கேட்டுக்கொண்டும் இருக்கும் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நான் அளிக்கும் தீட்சை, நானே நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் கடந்த உயிர்ப்பாய் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் இருக்கின்றேன். பரமசிவோகம் 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 பரமசிவோகம். இதை தீட்சையாய் ஏற்று இதே உணர்வோடு அமர்ந்திருங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் எல்லா நன்மையும் வரமும் ஞானமும் அருளும் அளிக்கின்றேன். ஓங்காரத்தின் உட்பொருளாய் வேதமொடு ஆகமம் மெய்யாய் வெளிப்பட்டு உபவேதங்கள் உபாகமங்கள் அனைத்துமாய் உயர்ந்து நின்று தத்துவங்கள் ஆராய் உண்மையை செப்பி ஜகம் முழுவதும் ஞானம் அளிக்கும் பாரதி பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். ஆய கலைகள் 64 உடலும் மனமும் உயர்வை அடைந்திடும் பரமசிவ சக்திகளை உங்களுக்குள் மலர்த்தவே வந்திருக்கின்றேன். அஷ்ட சித்திகளும் அஷ்ட கன்மமும் ஆதி சக்தி பரமேஸ்வரியாய் மலர்ந்து உங்கள் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் ஆனந்தம் அளிக்கின்றேன். அஞ்சாதீர், ஆனந்தத்தோடிருப்பீர். ஓம் 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 ஹ்ரீம் 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 ஓம் ஹ்ரீம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
In the words of Devi Parashakti, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Himkara, filled as Parashorisi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who was in Kailasa Shripura Chintamani. Parashorisi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani Meenakshi, as Nityananda, I took Nijavatara here. To give good boon to everyone, to bestow all goodness, Hiranyagarbha Surupini, Brahmandi Yoni, Shyami, Chandramoli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayovana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, Taking the form of Nityananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing. Listen, people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nityananda and came down as Nijavatara. Now, how do we receive Devi Parashakti? Literally, at that moment, we see Paramashiva and Parashakti together. She is present in our screens, and so for that reason, she should always be received traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaves, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen. Watch Devi. Coin is considered the traditional dakshina in Hindu tradition. It can be of the lowest value. In India, it can even be 1 paisa. In US, it can even be a cent. I am not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paisa is okay. Offer that to Devi. After the darshan is over, to namaskar, need the banana, the betel leaf, and the betel nut. Take it as prasadam immediately. Collect those coins and send it to the LA temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in few days, you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take Devi Darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. Let us now listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and as he explains on how best to prepare ourselves to receive the grace and blessings of Devi Parashakti.
I wanted to give you one sacred secret to all of you. Do this Panchabhuta Yoga. See, whenever you want to ask any question to Devi and receive the answer, on that day, do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Means, apply only mud on the body and take bath. Don't apply any chemical on the body to take bath. Just that Puttuman means that anthill mud. Only that apply on the body and take bath. Don't apply anything else. That is mud, earth part, earth component. Second, water. Drink only water that day. Don't eat, drink, don't do anything other than drinking water. When you come for the Parashakti Sakashik reading, at least for a few hours, prepare yourself. Maybe 10 hours ahead. Just drink only water and keep yourself active. Third, the fire in your stomach should be allowed to burn without any food dumped on it. Just the pure fire. You can chant Omkara to intensify it, or Mahavagya, Ajapa Japa, but pure fire. No food, nothing. That pure fire should be encouraged. And just be in the free air, open space, breathing the whole sky at least few hours before. And intensely unclutch to get the power of the space, Akasha. See, listen. Akasha is an intense energy. Just like the other bhutas, like earth, water, fire, air, the Akasha also is a pure consciousness. It is intelligence, living energy. Once you start unclutching, you manifest Akasha's energy in you, consciousness in you. So do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Your questions will be surely answered immediately by Parashakti. If you just do this Panchabhuta Yoga and come for the Devi Shakashik reading, she will simply answer your questions. I'll repeat. Apply the anthill mud and take bath, or even clay. Don't use any other chemical. Take bath just with a mud. Second, drink only water. No other food or juice, at least for 10 hours ahead. If possible, that whole day. Third, intensify the Agni in your stomach without dumping any food on it. Just through the Omkara, Ajapa, Japa, ignite it, intensify it. Fourth, walk around and breathe in an open space, at least for a few hours before. Fifth, try to unclutch as intensely as possible to receive the Akasha energy, Chitambara, Chitambara, that energy of cosmic space. With this Panchabhuta Yoga, come to Parashakti's Akashic reading. Surely she will answer your questions.
We are now going to be seeing the revelations by Devi Parashakti of the day on the day 12th May 2021.
Om, 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 Omgar Uyarnd. Vangai Vedamudu Agamamai Velippat. Rinkaramai Malarnd. Parashodasiyai நிறைந்து 40 முக்கோணம் வாழும் கையிலை ஸ்ரீபுரச் சிந்தாமணி கிருகத்தில் இருக்கும் கைலாச சுவாமினி பரஷோடசி பரமசிவன் பாகம் அமர்ந்து பாராளும் பரமேஸ்வரி பரமசக்தி மனோன்மணி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் நிஜாவதாரம் கொண்டேன் இங்கு எல்லோர்க்கும் நல்வரம் தந்திட எல்லா நன்மையும் அருளிட இரண்ய கர்ப்பஸ்வரூபிணி பிரம்மாண்டயோனி சாம்பவி சந்திரமௌலி ரபலா அபர்ணா உமா பார்வதி சாவித்ரி நவயவனா சாம்ராஜ்யலக்ஷ்மி பரமேஸ்வரி பரஷோடசி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் உருக்கொண்டு இங்கு நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்தேன். அருட்பெருங்கருணையினால் அருளுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். மக்களே, உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நன்மை செய்யவே நாம் இங்கு நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு கொண்டு நிஜாவதாரமாய் இறங்கி வந்தோம். இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். காலம் காலமாய் அவதார புருஷர்கள் வந்து மலர்ந்து உலகிற்கு நன்மை செய்யும் மிக பெரும் ஞான பூமி பாரதம். இருக்கின்ற ஒரு பாரதத்தை இழக்க இயலாது மக்களே. ஞான கர்ப்பத்தை மலடாக்க இயலாது. வாழையடி வாழையென ஞானிகளும் அவதார புருஷர்களும் வந்தே தீர வேண்டும், வாழ்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும், மலர்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும். உலகிற்கு அதுவே உத்தம நன்மை. ஒரு சில கயவர்கள் மாயையில் சிக்கி செய்திட்ட சதிகளால் உலகை பலி கொடுக்க ஆகாது. சிருஷ்டி நஷ்டமடைய கூடாது. பிரபஞ்சம் அழிந்துவிடக் கூடாது. பிரளயத்து இருந்து இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தை காக்கவே பெரும் கப்பல் நானொன்று செய்தேன். அதன் பெயரே ஆதி கைலாசம். ஆதி கைலாசம் இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தில் இருக்கும் ஞான சக்திகளை ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே நாம் செய்த கப்பல். துரோகிகள் சூழ்ச்சியாலும் விரோதிகள் ஆட்சியாலும் வழியின்றி கப்பலை விட்டு மாலுமியே ஒதுங்க வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததையா. அதனால்தான் ககனம் கொந்தளித்து பேரழிவை நோக்கி சென்று கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. மக்களே, அறியாத தனத்தினால் மாயையில் சிக்கி குழந்தைகள் தவறு செய்தாலும் பிரபஞ்சம் அழியாது காக்க வேண்டியது பராசக்தி. பரமசக்தி பரசோடசி மனோன்மணியன் பொறுப்பென்பதால் சத்தியங்கள் சிலவற்றை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்றாய் கேட்டுக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அடுத்த சில மாதங்களில் 1000 அல்ல, லட்சம் அல்ல, கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். இந்திய நாட்டினில் கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன். தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பாதுகாப்பை. ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தம் ஆடியோர்க்கும் அந்த தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவ பூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில் நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்று செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. ஆதி கைலாசத்து நிர்வாகிகளே, இந்த ஒரு சேவையை உலகத்திற்கு செய்யுங்கள். நீங்கள் செய்த எல்லா கர்மங்களுக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தமாகும். நல் அமைதியும் ஞானமும் யோகமும் உங்களுக்கும் கிட்டும், உலகத்திற்கும் கிட்டும். 12 ஆண்டுகள் முன்பாக பராசக்தி நான் செய்து வைத்த நவபாஷாணம் சித்தித்து புளித்து பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து ரசவாத யோகத்தில் சித்தியாகி இன்று நிறைந்த நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் மலர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. இதை செய்த காரணம் வரப்போகும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே. எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நேரடியாய் மறைமுகமாய் உதவி செய்து உடன் இருந்த எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோரையும் நம்பியே இந்த படகை நாம் உருவாக்கினோம். இந்த பெரும் சேவையில் எல்லோரும் வந்து பாகமாயிருந்து கொரோனா வராதவர், வந்தவர், வந்து நீங்கியோர், இவர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் மாபெரும் மருந்து நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்து தீர்த்த விருந்து. எல்லோரும் வந்து நல் நீராடி தற்காப்பும் பெற்று நோய் கண்டவர் நோயும் தீர்ந்து நன்மையெல்லாம் அடைந்திட இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, உங்களால் இயன்றதை செய்திடுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நல் பாதுகாப்பும் உண்டு, நல்லதும் உண்டு. என்னை இழந்தாலும், என்னை நீங்கள் மறுத்தாலும் உங்களை நான் காப்பேன். அஞ்சாதீர்கள். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் நான் செய்து வைத்த கப்பலை உபயோகித்து இந்த ஆழிப் பிரளயத்தின் பெருங்கூத்து ஊழிக் கூத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உண்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன், நன்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன். பிராயஷ்சித்தம் வேண்டுமென்றும் காப்பாற்ற வேண்டுமென்றும் கதறிய பக்தர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பெருங்கருணையினால் தீர்வை தந்து விட்டேன். அன்பர்களே, பக்தர்களே, சீடர்களே, என் சொல் கேட்கும் நேர்மையான தொண்டர்களே, புயல் என புறப்படுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு தேவையானதெல்லாம் உடனடியாய் செய்து வரப்போகும் மக்களுக்கெல்லாம் அன்னதானம் செய்து அவர்கள் நல்லபடி வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி நவபாஷாண மருந்தையே விருந்தாய்க் கொண்டு நோயிலிருந்து தற்காப்பும் பெற்று உயிர்காப்பும் பெற்று நல்லபடியாய் வாழ்ந்திட தேவையான சேவைகளை செய்யுங்கள். இதுதான் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தம். நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு தாங்கி நிஜாவதாரமாய் நான் இந்திய நாட்டில் வந்தபொழுது என்னை வைத்து வாழாத பெருங்குற்றத்திற்கு பிராயஷ்சித்தம் இதுவே உங்களுக்கு. இதை யாவது செய்து, இது ஒன்றையாவது செய்து உங்களையும் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், நாட்டையும் காத்திடுங்கள். கோடிகளில் உயிர்கள் போகப் போகின்றது என்பதை நேரில் காண்பீர்கள். கண்ட பிறகுதான் நான் சொல்லும் வார்த்தையின் சத்தியமும் உண்மையும் உங்களுக்கு புரியப் போகின்றது. அழிவதற்கு முன் வந்து நவபாஷாண மருந்தை விருந்தாய்ப் பெற்று மரணத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் அன்னை பராசக்தி அருளினேன் சத்தியத்தை. இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை உடனடியாய் புரிந்து கொண்டு உங்களுக்கும் உலகத்துக்கும் நன்மை செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தின் எல்லைக்குள் ஆருக்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று தீண்டாது. இந்த சத்தியத்தை அனுபவபூர்வமாகவும் அறிவியற்பூர்வமாகவும் முழுமையாக நீங்கள் புரிந்து கொள்வீர்கள். இது நிரூபணமாகும். அன்னை பராசக்தி 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக உள்ள ஞான ஔஷத சக்திகள் அனைத்தையும் பிரம்மாண்ட யோனி ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பத்திலிருந்து கொண்டு வந்து உருவாக்கி வைத்த நவபாஷாண லிங்கம் இன்று பிரளயத்திலிருந்து காக்கும் பெரும் கப்பலாய் உங்களுக்கு ஊதாவும். என இழந்தாலும் நான் செய்து வைத்த இந்த ரசவாத ஞானத்தின் துணை இழக்காமல் உங்களை நீங்களே காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். இது ஒன்றே வழி மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் 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 ஓம். I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashivam, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kalabhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but Your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala.
Giving the English translation of the revelations of Devi Parashakti, world cannot be sacrificed for the sake of conspiracies done by some ignorant thieves who got stuck in Maya. Srishti should not have loss. Cosmos should not have destruction. To save the cosmos from Pralaya, I made a huge ship. Its name is Adi Kailasa. Adi Kailasa is the ship that will gather all the enlightened powers of this cosmos and save the people from the Pralaya through the tricks of traitors, rule of the enemies. Without any other way out, time came for the sailor itself to leave. That is why the sky is boiling and moving towards huge destruction. People, even if children do mistakes in ignorance by getting stuck in Maya, as it is Parashakti, Paramashakti, Parashodasi, Manonmani, my responsibility to save the cosmos from destruction, I am telling some of the truths. Listen properly. Within next few months, not in thousands or lakhs, lives will be lost in crores. Crores of lives will be lost in India. I am telling you the truth. I am telling you the good. Search for protection for your life. We are now going to be seeing the current state of the world as revealed by Devi Parashakti. How COVID-19 affects the brain. Some patients present with anosmia, cognitive and attention deficiencies, new onset anxiety, depression, psychosis, seizures, and even suicidal behavior. These present before, during, and after respiratory symptoms and are unrelated to respiratory insufficiency, suggesting independent brain damage. Follow-ups conducted in Germany and the United Kingdom found post-COVID-19 NPs in 20% to 70% of patients, even in young adults, and lasting months after respiratory symptoms resolved, suggesting brain involvement persists. India reports 17,073 fresh COVID-19 cases and 21 deaths in the 24 hours ending at 8 a.m. on Monday. The new cases marked a sharp increase from the previous days, over 11,000 new cases. Data released by the Ministry of Health showed. The active cases in the country stood at 94,420. The positivity rate stood at 5.62%. In the last 24 hours, a total of 5 patients infected with COVID-19 in Mumbai lost their lives. This is the highest single-day deaths reported since February 7th, when the city witnessed 5 deaths out of the 356 registered cases. Of the 5 deceased, 4 were above the age of 70 years with comorbidities. A retrospective study on the association of underlying comorbidities with COVID progression and mortality in a Delhi hospital found that in the first phase of the outbreak, younger patients with comorbidities were at a higher risk of mortality. The current COVID spurt has just one prominent symptom so far: high fever. See doctors at Kolkata's private hospital that have seen a rise in the number of admission in the last week. None of the severe signs that characterized the viral attack during earlier waves, especially breathing distress, severe cough and cold, and loss of sense and smell and taste, have plagued patients this time. A sudden bout of high fever instead has been common among those who tested positive. Patients have suddenly got a very high temperature on the second day after a day of mild fever, and it has been receding by the fourth or fifth day. None has been had severe breathing distress, pneumonia, or loss of taste and smell, barring, of course, those with an existing breathing ailment, said CMRI Hospital Pulmonology Director Rajadhar. He added that a majority of COVID patients in Mumbai and Delhi too have had a similar symptom this time. Here we have a chart illustrating the COVID-19 deaths in the last 24 hours in India, resulting in 21. Active caseloads increased to 94,420 in the last 24 hours. India reports 17,073 new cases in the last 24 hours, tallying the total number of cases to 4 crore 34 lakh 7,046. Here we have statistics of the coronavirus, the current state of the COVID pandemic in India from June 27. Total number of tests done during the previous day is 3,03,604. As many as 2,49,646 vaccine doses were administered in the last 24 hours, taking the total vaccination to more than 1 billion. With 21 new deaths, the total death toll reaches 5,25,020. Current fatality rate is 1.21%. The current rate recovery is 98.58%. As many as 15,208 people recovered in the last 24 hours. The active caseload is 0.21% of the total cases. There has been a rise of 1,844 cases in the active caseload. India's active caseload stands at 94,420. COVID infections rise in all 4 UK nations as about 1.7 million had virus last week. About 1.7 million people are estimated to have coronavirus last week, up 23% from 1.4 million the previous week, the Office for National Statistics had said. COVID levels are continuing to rise in all 4 nations of the UK, with the increase likely caused by infections compatible with the Omicron variants BA4 and BA5. This is the highest estimate for total infections since the end of April, but it is still well below the record of 4.9 million, which was reached at the end of March. The rise of 23% is lower than the 43% jump in the previous week's figures, but it means total infections are now at levels last seen at the end of April. They are also higher than the peak reached during the second wave of the virus in January 2021. The virus continues to be more prevalent in Scotland, where 250,700 people were likely to test positive from COVID last week, or 1 in 20. This is up week on week from 176,900 or 1 in 30, which is the highest estimate for Scotland since mid-April. In England, 1.4 million people were likely to have had the virus last week, the equivalent of around 1 in 40. This is up from 1.1 million or 1 in 50 people the previous week. Wales has seen infections rise slightly to 68,500 people or 1 in 45, up from 64,800. In Northern Ireland, infections rose to an estimated 59,900 people or 1 in 30, up from 42,900 or 1 in 45. How COVID-19 directly affects the brain. Although the SARS-CoV-2 virus is a respiratory illness, it is known to affect other vital organs of the brain, of the body, including the brain. It is said to cause mild to severe inflammations, strokes, and seizures in the brain, leading to neurological symptoms. Recovered COVID-19 patients have also reported symptoms such as mental confusion, headaches, dizziness, and blurred vision during and after the course of their recovery. Having said that, researchers have continuously looked into how the novel coronavirus impacts the brain, and while investigating and establishing the lingering effects of the deadly virus, a recent study found that irrespective of whether a person suffered from mild or severe COVID-19 infections, they still likely experience changes in their brain and brain functions. Researchers at the University of Oxford looked into data collected for the UK Biobank project. They studied the brain magnetic resonance imaging MRI scans and tests of brain function of 785 people aged between 51 to 81, which were taken before and during the pandemic. Of the total participants, about half of the volunteers had contracted COVID-19, which about 15 or so were hospitalized. The comparative analysis revealed that people who had been infected with COVID-19 had been subject to considerable brain and gray matter shrinkage, which is said to be equivalent to 6 years of normal brain aging. The findings published in the journal Nature found those who had tested positive for the virus lost an additional 1.8% of the parahippocampal gyrus, which plays an important role in both spatial memory and orbitofrontal cortex, crucial for smell and taste. That said, those affected reported symptoms such as smell loss. Some also showed signs of lower cognitive skills as compared to those who weren't affected. This reflected a greater loss of brain tissue linked to mental capacity. The study also noted that the symptoms were more prevalent among older people and those hospitalized. However, it is revealed that mild to asymptomatic infections also was affected the same. The researchers believe more studies will need to be conducted in order to determine whether changes in the brain due to COVID are permanent or reversible to an extent. Professor Gwenelle Duward at the University of Oxford, one of the authors of the study, said that the brain is plastic, which means that it can reorganize and heal itself to some extent, even in older people. One of the most common long-term symptoms of COVID that is associated with the brain is brain fog, also known as mental confusion. Studies in the past have also claimed that Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease may be some of the long-term effects of COVID-19. Given that COVID-19 may specifically impact the brain, leading to shrinkage and decrease in brain volume, experts believe it could give light to many brain disorders associated with degeneration, including dementia, Alzheimer's disease, depression, and mild cognitive impairment. However, there is no clear evidence to suggest whether the COVID-19 can lead to worsened diseases associated with memory or cognitive functions, including dementia. Long COVID is a condition that affects people who recover from COVID-19, also known as post-COVID syndrome. It can last long after the person has tested negative and recovered from the disease. Apart from neurological damage, some of the common symptoms include persistent cough, fatigue, shortness of breath, chest pain, impaired sense of smell and taste. More proof that COVID severely affects the brain. The most comprehensive molecular study to date of brain tissue from people who died of COVID-19 proves clear evidence that SARS-CoV-2 causes profound molecular changes to the brain, despite no molecular trace of the virus in brain tissue. The signature the virus leaves in the brain speaks of strong inflammation and disrupted brain cells, and resembles signatures the field has observed in Alzheimer's or other neurodegenerative diseases. We know that up to a third of SARS-CoV-2 infected people show brain symptoms including brain fog, memory problems, and fatigue, and a growing number of people have such symptoms long after they seemingly recovered from the virus infection. However, we have very little understanding of how the virus causes these symptoms and what its effects are on the brain at a molecular level. Using single-cell RNA sequencing, the researchers studied brain tissue samples from 8 patients who died of COVID-19 and 14 controls who died of other causes. While there was no molecular evidence of SARS-CoV-2 in brain tissue samples from the patients who died of COVID-19, we were very surprised to learn that no matter which type of cell we studied, different types of nerve cells, immune cells, or different support cells in the brain, there were prominent changes compared with brain tissue samples from controls who died of other causes. The changes in the COVID-19 brain show signatures of inflammation, abnormal nerve cell communication, and chronic neurodegeneration. Across cell types, COVID-19 perturbations overlap with those in chronic brain disorders and reside in genetic variants associated with cognition, schizophrenia, and depression. Inflation, war, push stress to alarming levels at 2-year COVID-19 anniversary. Washington, 2 years after the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 as a global pandemic, inflation, money issues, and the war in Ukraine have pushed US stress to alarming levels, according to polls conducted for the American Psychology Association. A late-breaking poll, fielded March 1st to 3rd by the Harris Poll on behalf of APA, revealed striking findings with more adults rating inflation and issues related to invasion of Ukraine as stresses than any other issue asked about in the 15-year history of the Stress in America poll. This comes on top of money stress at the highest recorded level since 2015, according to a broader Stress in America poll fielded last month. Top sources of stress were in rise in prices of everyday items due to inflation, gas prices, energy bills, grocery costs, and so on, cited by 87%, followed by supply chain issues, 81%, global uncertainty, 81%, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, 80%, and potential retaliation from Russia in the form of cyber attacks or nuclear threats. COVID-19 slows progress towards universal energy access. The COVID-19 pandemic has been a key factor in slowing progress towards universal energy access. Globally, 733 million people still have no access to electricity, and 2.4 billion people still cook using fuels detrimental to their health and the environment. At the current rate of progress, 670 million people will remain without electricity by 2030, 10 million more than projected last year. An estimated 2 million people in Britain have lingering COVID-19 symptoms more than 4 weeks after their initial coronavirus infection, a latest survey showed. Based on the Office for National Statistics, ONS, survey of people living in private households in Britain, an estimated 3.1% of the population were experiencing long COVID symptoms as of May 1st. This is 200,000 more people than the ONS's previous estimated prevalence of 1.8 million as of April 3rd. Of the estimated 2 million people with self-reported long COVID, 442,000 first had COVID-19 less than 12 weeks previously, 1.4 million people at least 12 weeks prior to their ongoing symptoms, 826,000 people at least 1 year previously, and 376,000 people at least 2 years previously. We have seen cases of long COVID due to the Omicron BA.2 variant be at least as high as previous variants despite not causing the same hospitalization rate, said David Strain, clinical senior lecturer and honorary consulate of the University of Exeter Medical School. Strain said that the most concerning figures in the survey, however, is the 376,000 people who have had the disease for more than 2 years, noting this is only looking at the first 4 months of COVID infections in Britain. This number will inevitably climb as all of those who caught COVID in the second, third, and fourth waves experience continued symptoms. Even after 2 years, the COVID virus remains unpredictable, and World Health Organization reiterated that we can't afford to take our eyes off the virus. World Health Organization officials said that with each mutation, Omicron subvariants are becoming more transmissible than the previous one, and that this will continue. During a recent conference, World Health Organization's Maria Van Kerkhove said that what we can say is as this virus evolves, the latest variants, Omicron and all the sublineages, are more transmissible than the last variant circulating, and we know that this will continue. There will be more variants of the SARS-CoV-2. Hence, we cannot afford to take our eyes off the ball for this virus despite all the other challenges circulating. The number of people who have died from COVID-19 in Europe, the long-time epicenter of the pandemic, has passed 2 million, the World Health Organization said on Thursday. A devastating milestone has passed as reported confirmed COVID-19 deaths from countries in the World Health Organization European region have exceeded more than 2 million people, the UN Health Agency said in a statement. The World Health Organization's European region comprises 53 countries and regions, including several in Central Asia. According to the health body, 2,002,058 people have died from COVID out of the 218,225,294 registered cases in the region. The United States, the world's worst affected country, has lost more than 1 million people already. Meanwhile, after a resurgence in the first 2 weeks of March, the number of infections is falling in Europe. The number of new cases and deaths have declined by 26% and 24% in the last 7 days. More than 2 years after the first restrictions, most European countries have eased their restrictions intended to curb the spread of the novel coronavirus. severe cases of COVID causing cognitive impairment equivalent to 10 to 20 years aging, a new study finds. Patients who overcome severe COVID infections suffer the same cognitive impairment that people generally go through between the ages of 50 and 70, a new study has found. This is the equivalent to losing 10 IQ points, say the team of scientists from the University of Cambridge and Imperial College London. The findings suggest that the effects of the coronavirus infection are still detectable more than 6 months after the illness, that cognitive recovery is gradual at best, and that it may even impact people who only had mild cases. There is a growing body of evidence that COVID-19 causes lasting cognitive and mental health problems, with recovered patients still experiencing symptoms months after infection. The symptoms they report include fatigue, brain fog, problems recalling words, sleep disturbances, anxiety, and even post-traumatic stress disorder, say the scientists. By comparing the patients to 66,008 members of the general public, the researchers estimate that the magnitude of cognitive loss is similar on average to that sustained with 20 years aging, between 50 and 70 years of age, and that this is the equivalent to losing 10 IQ points, they said. A report from the World Health Organization has estimated that there were 47 lakh COVID-19 deaths in India from January 2020 till December 2021, which is nearly 10 times the official figures. India rejected the estimates by calling the data collection methodology questionable and said that despite India's objection to the process, methodology, and outcome of the smalling exercise, the World Health Organization released the excess mortality estimates. Scans reveal how COVID may change the brain. Catching COVID may cause changes to the brain, a study suggests. Scientists have found significant differences in MRI scans before and after infection. Even after a mild infection, the overall size of the brain has shrunk slightly, with less gray matters in the parts related to smell and memory. The researchers do not know whether the changes are permanent, but stress that the brain could be healed. A new study says 1 in 10 Australian healthcare workers has had thoughts of suicide or self-harm during the pandemic. Healthcare workers in Somalia suffer from high rates of anxiety, depression, and stress because of the work with COVID-19 cases. Initial findings recorded a high prevalence of anxiety in the workforce at 69.3%, 46.5% for depression, and 15.2% for stress. We are now going to be seeing Devi Parashakti reveal 8 different ways in which we can protect ourselves from the coronavirus pandemic.
Parashodasi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திலிருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட, நன்மையை சொல்லிட, தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் 1, சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2, எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாரி வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3, நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4 நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5 சிவ சிவ சிவ
Giving the English translation to the revelations of Devi Parashakti. Oh humans, don't be scared of the deadly infection corona. Through these 8 ways, praying and meditating on me, surrendering to me through social media, wherever I am residing, worshipping me by doing the fire walking, applying turmeric on the chest, drinking neem juice and meditating on me every day, being in unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss, doing ajapa japa of the cosmic sound, Shiva, with complete mind, applying the banana peel and onion on the heels and going to sleep, being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting, the Arunachala Spurana that blossoms as Aham, the state of Ananda Spurana. These are the 8 solutions given by Devi Parashakti to relieve ourselves from the sufferings of Pralaya. In the next segment, we're going to be seeing the various offerings that can be made to Devi Parashakti. Please stay tuned.
I'm your guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashivam, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all.
We are now going to be seeing the various offerings which can be made to Devi Parashakti. Here we have a Shastra Pramana of the significance of making offerings. Dharma yayashaserthaya kamaya svajanaya cha panchadha vibhajan vittam iha mutracha modate. One part should be used for dharma, second for yashaha, third should be reinvested to generate more wealth, fourth for kamaha, and fifth for one's family and friends. 20% should be donated for dharma. Grihe dashagunam dhanam goshthe chaiva shatadhikam punyatirthesha sahasram anantam shiva sannidho. Dana given at home yields 10 times as much merit, 100 times when made in a goshala, 1,000 times when made in sacred places, and a finite number of times when made in the premises of a Shivalinga. Dhanam trividhimityetat kanishthajyeshta madhyamam tatra naishresya samyeshtham kanishtham swartha siddhaye karunyat sarva bhuteshu sanvibhagastu madhyamaha. Dana given in order to achieve moksha is considered the most valuable form. Dana given out of pity or kindness for others or for one's own kith and kin is considered to be of medium value. It is also called as Dhaya Dana. Dana given to achieve one's own self-sufficiency is known as the least valued of all. The next offering which we have to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the hundi. Bhakti Priya Bhakti Ghamya Bhakti Vishya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharada Radhya Sharvani Sharmadhayini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion. She removes all fears. If there is fears in the minds of devotees, Devi will surely remove those fears. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here it is meant that the autumn of our lives is when thoughts turn more and more inwards. When that happens, the role of the divine becomes known and understood clearly to us, and the need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhavi means the consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva. Sharadha Radhya means worshipped by Devi Sharada, who is Saraswati. Sharvani, wife of Lord Shiva. The Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is called Sharva in his earth form. Sharmadayini, Devi who bestows happiness on her devotees. You can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted out during puja to Devi. The next offering which we have is the Sankalpa chanting offering placed at a single US dollar. Taye tat Taye tanmohyate vishvam saiva vishvam prasuyate saya chitta cha vijnanam tushthariddhim prayachati. The goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess being prayed without interest in anything gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in materialistic sense. The Shastra Pramana is from the Devi Mahatmyam, 12th chapter, 37th verse. Offering of the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, blesses the person offering with all the fruition of the desires and wishes he or she is yearning for. To make this offering to Devi Parashakti, you can visit the link nithyanandauniversity.org/NHTLA. This offering is placed at one single US dollar. The next offering which we have is now we're understanding the significance of the divine element gold. Gold is present in all the scriptures, agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual feasts were offered in golden bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illness, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. Horses and cows were dressed in gold. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of the river of gold. The Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya, the river of gold in Rig Veda. The river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartini in the Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years. It lasts forever. The next offering which you have to Devi Parashakti is the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, placed at three different prices: 75 US dollars, 151 US dollars, and 251 US dollars. Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes repetition of her various names. This is the Lalita Sahasranamam, verse 731. This is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It's a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. Offering the gold coin to Devi Parashakti to manifest any dimension or attribute of hers that you always wanted to imbibe within you. To make this offering to Devi Parashakti, you can visit the link gateway.nithyanandeshwarhindutemple.org/NHTLA. The next offering which we have to Devi Parashakti is the Mukta Anguti offering, which is the finger ring offering with the pearl, placed at three different prices: 251 US dollars, $501 US and $750 US. Muktaharala Satkirita Ruchiram Purnenda Vaktra Prabham Shinjanno Pura Kinkini Manidharam Padma Prabhavasaram Bhasuram Sarva Bhita Phala Pradam Girisutam Vani Rama Sevitam Meenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunyavara Nidhim. I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. Offering of the finger ring with a pearl, the cosmic mother, and experience blessings and healing with your mother. This offering of the Mukta Anguti, finger ring offering with a pearl, is placed at three prices: $251 US, $501 US, and $750 US. To make this offering to Devi Parashakti, you can visit the link gateway.nityaneshwarahindutemple.org/NHTLA. The next offering which we have is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, which is the golden lotus offering, placed at $600 US. Ashtavidyeshwaropeta Kumbhavarana Samyutam Sarva Sasutre Vastradhya Hema Pankaja Bhushita Sapidhana Kurchaska Pakva Bhilva Phala Prabaha Snapanadhyaya Samsiddha Pramanena Samanvitaha. This is from the Kamika Agama. All the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. There are hundreds of scriptural references for using the lotus in the worship of the ultimate, the Parama. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, or the lotus petals. The lotus is a divine flower. Whether it is the consecration of deities of worship, or the object of meditation, or the mudras and asanas used during the worship, in every dimension the lotus is involved and offered. The Shakti of Paramashiva is also called as lotus. The base of the Paramashiva Linga is a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva, who is also considered as the lotus about to bloom. Offer the golden lotus in any size you wish to and express gratitude to the tyaga and sacrifice of your mother. To make this offering to Devi Parashakti, you can visit the link gateway.nityaneshwarahindutemple.org/NHTLA. The next offering is the Swarna Metti offering, which is the golden touring offering, placed at $750 US. Nakhadhititi sanchanna namachannatamo guna padadhaya prabha jala paragrada sarroruha. You whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness of your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. The 83rd Shlokam of Saundarya Lahari states that the nails of Devi Parashakti have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi Parashakti. Tamoguna is darkness. In this stotram, tamas is indicative of ignorance in the minds of devotees, and by constantly prostrating before Devi Parashakti, the ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. The Swarnamati offering, which is placed at $750 US. Offer the store ring to Devi Parashakti, adorning her sacred feet to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspects of our life. To make this offering to Devi Parashakti, you can visit link gateway.nityaneshwarahindutemple.org/NHTLA. The next offering which we have is the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewel, placed at $750 US. Shuddha Sarabhi Varshini. She who makes nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mangtika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully opened and blossomed. Offer the Mangtika to Devi Parashakti and receive blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and space for complete completion. The next is a Shastra Pramana in offerings made to Guru. Na paduka paro manyo na deva shri guru paraha na hi shaktat para diksha na punyam kula pujanat. There is no mantra higher than paduka, no god higher than the guru, no initiation higher than the shakti, and no merit higher than kula worship. The Shastra Pramana is from the Kular Navatantra, 12th chapter, 12th verse. Rikta hastascha no peya drajanam devatham gurum palapushyam bharadini yatha shakya samarpayet evam yonat charad devi brahma rakshasatam brajet. One should not approach royalty, the deity or the guru empty-handed. He should offer fruit, flower, cloth, and the according to his capacity. One who does not do so becomes a Brahma Rakshasa. Koti koti mantra japat, koti tirtha vagahanat, koti deva chana devi, parashri paduka smritihi. O Devi, remember this paduka which yields infinitely greater merit than billions and billions of mantras, japa, billions and billions of pilgrimages, and billions of worship. The next offering which we have to Devi Parashakti is the Vastra Seva, placed at $1,008 US. Nakhadhititi sanchanna, namachannatamo guna, padadbhaya prabha jala, arakrita saroruha. The illumining splendor of Devi's toenails dispels the darkness of ignorance in the devotees prostrating at her feet. Her feet defeat the lotus in beauty. We have gone over the various different offerings which can be made to Devi Parashakti, as well as the benefits of each and every offering which can be made. To make any of these offerings to Devi Parashakti, you can visit the link gateway.nityaneshwarhindutemple.org/NHTLA. After the break, we are going to be looking at the next segment of today's program, which is glimpses of the glorious past of this day, 29th June 2022. Please stay tuned.
I'm your guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashivam, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kalabhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all.
Yeah, no? We're now going to be entering the next segment of today's program. This is glimpses of the glorious past on this day, 29th June. Here in the year 2009, we have in the year 2006, we have the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explaining the black box of the avatar's birth during the Himalayan Yatra.
Those who are in tune. 3 days ago, my mind was very disturbed for a few minutes. Then I saw Gangaji, I saw her flowing and all the trash that was thrown by people on her banks. Questions raised in my mind. Why she who is so pure came down and has to deal with all the dirt. In spite of all trash and pollution, how does she feel? Does she feel dirty? She never feels dirty. Only for the people who are onlookers, they feel dirty. She never feels dirty. What is her state of mind? She doesn't have any state of mind because she doesn't have mind. She is in no mind. I feel she is the answer for my problems. The dirt inside me, I don't know when and if it will all go away. I pray to her to give me a state of mind, to remain pure in spite of all dirt. Can you please explain Gangaji's state of mind and how can I achieve it? Gangaji's state of mind cannot be explained because she is in no mind state. I can say how to achieve it. How to achieve it is only one way, one word: be unclutched. That's all. Do we all enter human bodies 45 minutes before the birth? Or it was different in your individual case? Let me explain. Chana means gap between one thought and the other thought. If you have lived a meditative mood, your chana can be even 10 years. Even 10 years you can be without thought. If you have lived a restless life, your chana will be microsecond. For me, when I was settling into the body, my chana was, the 3 chana was 45 minutes. That was the ratio with which I was settling into the body. That is why it took 45 minutes for me. For a normal human being, 3 chana is less than a second. Touching the body, feeling the body, and settling into the body, completely possessing the body. That was a process. That's why to make more aware and understanding, I can say three chana. And I can say that is the 3 frame I saw from it. First, the light of the Arunachala, then being sucked into the light, and seeing the Arunachala. The 3 frame which I said, that only took 3 chanas from it. 3 chanas, that only took 45 minutes. See, what I am saying you now, I am just retrieving the black box and giving you the exact picture of what happened. Like in the plane accidents, plane crashes, they will retrieve the black box and take the information out. Same way, I retrieved the black box of my birth and I am giving you as it happened. That is the way it happened. Maybe the further explanation, even I may not be able to give. Maybe more and more contemplating on it will bring the further explanation. This is the 3 frames on it. First, the light in that South India area. The second, just being sucked into that light by a force. One more thing. That's a beautiful verse. Arunachala. It says, Adi nadam aadumalai andriruva vedumalai sodiyad aravan joodumalai needi thalaikkumalai ஞான தபோதனரை Bhava வென்று அழைக்குமலை அண்ணாமலை. Let me translate that word. That hill is the place where the Adi, the existence lives, and the divine resides, and the great science of enlightenment, dharma, spreads. That is the hill so powerful to pull enlightened masters from any zone. Jnana tabodhanarai Bhava vendru azhaikkumalai. The enlightened beings will be just pulled, sucked by the hill to the planet Earth. It's like you see, it's the TV station, many things are relayed, programs are all relayed. In your house, you should have a dish to pull that information. Something like that. On the planet Earth, they created few dishes to pull the enlightened masters. Again and again to planet Earth. See this, our Vedic rishis, these rishis, they were afraid that this living tradition of enlightened masters will die in the planet Earth. So they created few dish antennas everywhere. So that constantly these guys will be sucked to the planet Earth, pulled to the planet Earth. The planet Earth will not miss the living science of enlightenment. So it's one, Arunachala is one of the important dish, satellite center created by masters to pull the living masters to planet Earth. That's why they say, Jnana Tabodhanare Bhava Vendra Alaikkumalai. Adinada Madumalai, Andriva Dedumalai, Sodiya Aravan Judumalai, Nini Talaikkumalai, Jnana Tabodhanare Bhava Vendra Alaikkumalai, Anna Malaye. So it just pulls the three away is the one, the light in southern India, the second just being pulled, the third Arunachala. Third, complete the hill. Means already the body has happened. These three kshana only took 45 minutes. That only took 45 minutes. With that vibration or that frequency only this body has happened. I never had the idea there is a two things like enlightened and unenlightened. Never had the idea there is something called enlightenment, there is something called unenlightenment. So I never had the idea. Another one thing, Swamiji. With the 24 karat gold, you can never make jewelry. Add a little copper, make jewelry. After making jewelry, if you put the jewelry into the acid, copper will melt away, only gold will stay. Now you will have 24 karat gold jewelry. Same way, with a pure sattvic quality, pure energy, you can't make body. Add a little tamas and rajas, make the body. Once you make the body, put that body into the acid of tapas for 10-12 years. The copper, the rajas and tamas and the dirt will go away. Now the pure 24 karat gold jewelry. That is the process actually happening. That is the process of enlightened master taking birth, doing tapas and getting enlightened. That is the process of energy assuming the body and doing tapas and becoming again energy. Because the purification process of whatever little bit was added to create the body has to be clean. That only took the tapas time. That only took the tapas time. Ramakrishna says, the rope, ordinary rope can be used to tie. If you burn the rope, that rope will look, after burning, it will look like a rope. It can never tie anybody. It can never tie anybody. So whatever you think as anger, all those qualities will disappear in master's anger. Whatever you think as lust, all those qualities will disappear in master's lust. Whatever you think as infatuation, all those qualities will disappear in master's infatuation. Whatever you think as greed, all those qualities will disappear in master's greed. So it can never neither bind him nor bind others. It's a burnt rope. That is why when people come and tell me, Swamiji, when Vivekananda was smoking and drinking, why not me? Vivekananda used to drink. And even now, if you go to the Vivekananda's temples, means the shrines maintained by Vivekananda, they will offer all kinds of champagne and everything. Even now, all the different kinds of cigar and everything they will offer. Because he used to drink and smoke. People come and ask me, when he did, why not we? Be very clear, he became enlightened, then we. You also became enlightened. Then smoke and then drink. We cannot compare their activity and our activity. That's beautiful. Zen saying, Zen master says, one Zen master, he is a chain smoker. He will go on advising people, don't smoke, don't smoke, don't smoke. Then somebody asks the Zen master, you are a chain smoker and you go on advising us not to smoke. What is this? Then he says, I am not in the same plane to whom I am advising. You have to elevate. I have to bring me down. You have to be a jinnah, means conqueror. I have to be avatara, coming down. See, conquering is different and coming down is different. You have to conquer, you have to go up, elevate yourself. I have to bring myself down. If you start bringing yourself down, where you can go down more? Where else you can go now? Already down. Where else you can take yourself? That's why beautifully there's a beautiful sense saying, do what masters say, not what they do. Do what they say, not what they do. Because you see one thing, I always tell people, don't when you eat food, don't read newspaper, don't see TV, don't do anything else. If you see me eating, actually the people who serve me, they know the moment they serve food for me, they have to get something to divert my attention. Means some paper or some book or something they have to get. In your case, I say, be attentive when you eat. In my case, I always divert my attention, otherwise food will not go inside. The moment I am conscious, only the meal will go inside and it will stop. It will stop. That's why the moment I start eating, I'll have somebody to talk to me or some newspaper. The newspaper which I would have read for 10 times. I'll have to take up the newspaper and start reading from the same line. With awareness, you will take only less quantity of food. In your case, you need to reduce. Otherwise, body will unnecessarily overload itself because of the taste. In my case, the taste just lost its effect on me. The people who take care of me, ask them, they will tell you, to open my mouth is like opening the, it's a big job. And it's not that I'm doing purposely. I myself don't feel like it becomes a big job, even for me to open. Because the taste has lost its control over me. Because of that, I have to force me to eat. I have to divert attention to some other direction to eat. So what I am doing is complete opposite to what I am saying to you. I am saying you eat with awareness. In my case, only when I eat, I will try my best to divert my awareness. I will tell them, I will play this music. I will bring the newspaper. I will call somebody to talk to me. I will do something. Only then, even 2 or 3 more, hands will go inside. Otherwise, don't go inside.
Can we compare Tiruvannamalai with Himalaya?
Yes, surely. There is no need to compare. Actually, all dishes are one and the same. There is no need to compare. Different dishes established by different masters. That's all. It's all one and the same. There is no need to compare. To tell you honestly, my body was somehow trained because of the yoga. It constantly produces the chemicals, whatever is necessary for the body to run. It is running. It is actually, if the same way it runs, how long it will run. For that reason only I try to give food. You understand? For emergency time, for whenever it is necessary. If the body manages itself, beautiful. If I allow that same thing like a regular routine, it may have the wear and tear. The automatic managing system may have wear and tear. That's why I try to give the food and try to encourage try to supply the whatever necessary for the body. That's what I'm trying to do. To attain enlightenment, one must be strong, tapas, dhyanam, etc. Like how you did, Swamiji. Is there any other enlightened masters who adopted some other techniques to attain the same? Meera became enlightened just by singing. You said you had no karma at birth. This automatically places you as an incarnation of consciousness. For what purpose and this incarnation take place? One thing, did this incarnation take place? It's the important thing. When a cotton is processed to a certain extent only, it becomes thread. Then you can say 1 thread, 2 thread, 3 thread. When it is cotton itself, can you say how many threads are there inside the cotton? Same way, when my incarnation happened, the incarnation decision is taken in a cotton level. In the thread level only, you can say the purpose, reason, the logic and all those things. In cotton level, the very concept of purpose and reason doesn't exist. You understand? That's a big problem. whenever people ask for reason and purpose, that where the decision is taken, there it was only playfulness, leela. There was no decision, there was no reason, there was no logic, there was no do's and don'ts there. In that space only decision is taken. The execution happens in a level where the reasons exist. Do's and don'ts, why, how, what, where, when. The execution happens in this level. But the decision making happened in a level where the why, what, how, why, what, where, when did not exist. In that level only the decision making happened. So now you are putting a question from execution level to the decision making level. I am not able to answer that because in the decision making level, this logic does not exist. Maybe that word is told in the execution level itself. For the, you see, somebody like you questioned Krishna. He must have tried his best to tell that at decision making level there is no logic. The execution level only logic exists. That guy may not be able to relate with that truth. What I am saying. He may not, Krishna also may not have remembered the example like a cotton and a thread. So then he has to answer something. Then he said, Paritranaya sadhunam vinataya kashudara dharma samsthavanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. All right, now tell me, even with this sloka, what do you understand? Paritranaya sadhunam vinataya kashudara dharma samsthavanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. Paritranaya sadhunam, there is no definition. Who is sadhu? Whoever wins in the war, they claim themselves as sadhu. If Hitler, Adolf Hitler, if he would have won in the war, history would have been different. So now we say he's a dushta. How do we know he is dushta? If he has won in the war, what would have been the history? Incarnation. He would have been incarnation. So, where is the question of definition for sadhu? Second thing, where is the question of definition of the dushta? And where is the question of all this, the basic thing itself is gone now. Paritranaya sadhunam, vinashaya dushkritam. These two have lost the meaning. The third, dharma samsthavanarthaya. What is dharma? Tell me. Now what will you say? What is dharma? Dharma samsthavanarthaya. Which dharma? Sambhavami yuge yuge. Sambhavami. What is the difference? Sambhavami means I happen. Yuge yuge means what it means by the word yuga yuga. 10 years or 20 years or 100 years or 700 years or 900 years. What happens? That is the definition for yuga yuga. If it is yuga cannot be more than at least 1000 years. And already 5000 years were over. This fellow never came back. Never returned. Now what to do? Huh? He has escaped. Whether he is frightened or not, we don't know. What to do now? So those words also is given just to make the people feel comfortable. That's all. Let it be very clear. I am telling you the truth as it is. The decision which is made to enter into the body is taken in a plane where the how, why, what, this, the logic did not have any play. See, so after a certain level, even in your own life, you see, when you are in ecstasy, joyful, when you are in ecstasy, you don't take decisions by thinking. Just like that you take. So in that high energy zone, the decision does not happen by logical analyzing pros and cons and plans and thinking and what will happen with this, with that. That does not happen. Just like a seed opening up and becoming flower. Just like that. That's what they say. Swabhava chinmayananda. Just the chinmayananda. Just the bliss. Swabhava. There is no reason, logic. So that is the zone, the decision to take birth has happened. So now in the execution level only, the logic of 1, 2, 3 and all those things happens. So this question can never be answered because the decision itself is taken in a different plane. Yes. Intuition.
There's no logic.
There's no logic behind it. Paritranaya sadhunam vinasaya dushkritam dharma samsthavanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. Whenever too many engrams became in your head, whenever you start suffering with too many engrams, to destroy them and to give you enlightenment, to take care of your being and to establish enlightenment in you. I come down again and again and teach NSP. Where you are aware of other beings and other karmas before your birth. No, before birth I was not. You see, I was aware of everything, but not as separately. See, to be aware of a cloud, you must know the silver lining. I was aware of clouds, but not the silver linings. When you are not aware of the silver linings, then the whole thing is a cloud. So that is where it was standing. So after birth only I became aware of silver linings. All the information you are giving us is appreciated. How do I know it for myself? How do I understand? The very appreciation means you have started drinking. You have started drinking. This very drinking is enough. It will become avara suddhi. Avara suddhayoho smriti suddhi. Smriti suddhayoho. It goes up step by step and reaches the enlightenment. Be very clear. That's why we say when a river is completely polluted, if you just drop one handful of lime in it, the lime will take all the dust and settle down. Same way, when you are completely confused by the world and the engram and the society, one handful of master's presence is a lime, or the words of the master is a lime. When you drop that, it just settles down completely, you become pure. So allow this sinking to happen and happen and happen. Allow this drinking to happen. Simply you will see, suddenly one day you are again completely clear. Even when I became enlightened, I will say I had no karma because that is the Vedantic truth. But what you said, that you know you had no karma at birth, looks different. Please clarify. If your statement is also a declaration of final Vedantic truth, or your declaration is different from my declaration if I am enlightened. When you became enlightened and declared that you never had a karma, that is the same way I am declaring. Be very clear. If I am not enlightened now, I will say I have karma. So be very clear. When you became enlightened and declared, that is the same way I am declaring. That's the same way I am declaring. I am nowhere special. When I declare I have no karma or all those things. Now what you are going through, I went through in that same period. Between the, I can say 0 to 12 years. Actually, to tell you honestly, after the first experience, I became enlightened. But that looks too big to tell openly. To tell that looks too big. That's the reason I go on saying, it was 22. After the first experience itself is an enlightenment. After that, I kept little bit of mind to play with all sorts of techniques to create the technology for human beings. The reproduction, the system to reproduce, for that only I took 10 years. The enlightenment experience itself happened at 12. After 12, there was no suffering at all, completely no suffering. But the 0 to 12, I also had the same problems what you are having now. Same confusion, ups and downs. Just the other day, David was asking, Swami, did you have ups and downs? I had ups and downs. Let it be very clear. I was suffering and I tried even suicide. So let it be very clear. I had ups and downs. When I speak about biography, I will speak about all those things. I had ups and downs. I had all problems which you are having now. So when I say all, I mean ALL.
In the year 2011, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spoke upon the different dimensions of the time shift.
based on the experience you have in your inner space, the experience you are having in the outer world will be felt as past or present or future. It is such a subtle truths. Please understand. I am repeating. If you are established in stability, anything happens in your life will quickly become past. If you are established in action, anything happening in you, even you are thinking about the past or future, will become present as quickly as possible. If you are established in inertia, anything, whether your past experience or present activity, will always be hanging on future. Just with these three words, stability, action, inertia, Patanjali is playing, revealing extraordinary secrets. One basic understanding you need to have is time is like a layer. You can fast forward it, rewind it, stop it, rewind and correct few things and rerun, fast forward and clear some of the future things. Just like you can clean your face, you can brush your teeth, you can play with the time. Immediately, the question asks, oh God, in that case, can I go back and undo my marriage? You can. You can. It may look very funny. What for you want to undo your marriage? You want that all the sufferings related to that should not be there in your future life. Actually, when you look back and undo the knots you created in the past, all the effects of that action. For example, I have taken the example of marriage here. Example of for all the results of that action will not be there in your future.
In the year 2012, on this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expanded on the Bhagavad Gita, 5th chapter, 12th verse. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism takes up the deepest level of the subject of attachment. The last attachment we drop is the subtle clinging to being rewarded of our performance. When we implement our intense action for the purpose of receiving reward, we enslave ourselves to the source of the reward. We tailor our performance to please those who will reward us. Our actions do not spring from inner freedom. We are ruled by the greed for admiration and the fear of criticism. We work not for the purpose itself, but for the compensation we hope to gain. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism instructs us to surrender this attachment. Relinquishing our slavery grants a far greater reward, the spiritual spaciousness of inner peace.
We are entering into the Nirahara Samyama, second phase, fourth day. Last 4 days, hundreds of devotees and disciples around the world are without food but with energy, living. So I have decided from today, next 3 days, I am also going to be Nirahara to support all you guys. Last 3 days, to give you guys inspiration. Of course, I lived more than 9 years practically Nirahara. Maybe once a week I used to eat. Because once a week only I'll be able to go to the nearest village. See, the nearest village, I'll have to walk and get the roti and dal and come back. Used to eat once a week. But if I am traveling in the trains and all, I used to get bhiksha. I lived quite a lot of time. One nice thing with my body, it never asked me food or water or anything. I tell you, it's very difficult to bow down to your own body because all of you have so much of hatred to your body. You feel your body is such a big bondage, headache, torturing you. But whenever I go to our devotee's house, or you can see very clearly our centers, there will be my photograph also. Without any reservation, I'll put flowers and show aarti, show camphor, worship my own photograph and my own deity. You may think, what do I think when I do puja to my own deity or my own photograph? I tell you, I have tremendous gratitude to this body for never demanding anything from me, never asking anything from me, giving me such a liberated, comfortable life. So I pay my gratitude to that body, to this body at those moments. When I do puja to my own photograph, when I show the camphor, when I put flower, I remember, oh God, you have given me such a liberated life. Never asked me food, never asked me water. Forget about any other desire. Even the basic patterns, you never asked me. Never asked for basic comforts. It's pleasure to live in such a beautiful body. Even when there was a fracture, no pain. It's not that I was trying to act as if I have no pain. I don't need to also. Really, there was no pain. And it gave me so much of confidence. Wow. Now I don't need to bother about any pain. Because the fracture pain is equivalent to death pain. Even if that is not causing any pain, I know for sure my death will not have any pain. Of course, theoretically I know much earlier because of my enlightenment experience. Now this one fracture has given a practical experience. So from today, I'm also going to support you guys with Nirahara. Maybe I'll take little water and juice, but not any solid food. To support you guys, to give me moral support. There are so many questions related to Nirahara Samyama. I'll answer all those questions. First, let's enter into today's satsang. In 5th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Sannyasa Yoga, 12th verse.
युक्त कर्म फलं त्यक्त्वा शान्तिमाप्नोति नैष्ठिकीम् अयुक्त कामकारेण फले सक्तो निबध्यते.
ayukta karma phalam tyaktva shanti mapnoti naishtikim ayukta kamakarena pale sakto nibatyate. The translation is, one who has had the spiritual experience, having given up the reward for the performance, gains the highest tranquility. But the one who has not had the experience, acting on his own free will, clinging to the reward, becomes bound. I have to tell you this. Yesterday night, I was reading this verse. Usually I read Bhagavad Gita once in a while when I find time. Yesterday night I read this verse. That word, Shanti Mapnoti Naishtiki, very beautiful word. Highest tranquility is achieved. The moment I read that word, I was working with myself. I looked inside. What was the reason for me having highest tranquility? I could see very clearly. The one and only reason I was having highest tranquility was there was no clinging to the reward for the performance. Otherwise, I would have become mad long before. Please understand. Only one quality which is responsible for my peace and joy, still my ability to continue my activities and life, is the tranquility. Why the tranquility? Is just because there is no reward for my performance. I am not bound. I am not clinging to the reward for my performance. Yesterday, one media, very low level, third rate, the yellow journalist type of media, they came and videographed our Annadana hall. They never showed 2,000 people eating, but they show the garbage in one corner. Because their mind is like a dirty garbage, the garbage attracts only garbage. And not only that, one of our brahmacharini was talking to some organizer. So some dust fell on her eyes and she was wiping the eyes to clean the dust. Immediately they are showing this visual and saying, all the girls, ladies who are in the Adinam are crying to people who are coming. They are crying to the visitors. And that brahmacharini is taking class to all the devotees, all the people who are coming here. See what all ways they misrepresent. But I don't feel I need any reward for the performance. I laugh at these fellows. I only see the dirt, the garbage which they carry in their brain in the name of mind. I tell you, reward, clinging for reward takes away your life from yourself. It is like you handing over your decision-making authority to others. Does anyone want to hand over their freedom to others? No. But the moment you have the clinging for reward, very subtly, you hand over your reins to others. You say, you drive me as you want, I will run. Clinging for rewards. Please understand. Clinging for rewards is nothing but handing over your freedom to others. Psychologically becoming slave of others. Your thought flow, current flow, trend flow destroys your very core, your very source. Whoever you expect should reward you, they drive you. Man who pays the piper decides the tune. Same way, man from whom you expect reward, people from whom you expect reward, they decide the tune in which you are going to dance, the tune in which you are going to work, the tune in which you are going to perform your actions. The one who has had the spiritual experience, having given up the reward for the performance, gains the highest tranquility. But the one who has not had the experience, acting on his own free will, clinging to the reward, becomes bound. Becoming bound, becoming entangled. That's the greatest suffering any human beings carry. Please understand. One who has had the spiritual experience, having given up the reward for the performance, gains the highest tranquility. Decide not to get rewarded by anybody who is expecting reward in their life. Just take a simple decision. I will not beg from beggars. I will not expect any reward from the fellows who are also expecting reward from others. Decide. If I have to be rewarded, I will be rewarded only from a person who does not need any reward from anybody. If I have to receive, I will receive from the king. I will not beg from beggars. It is like a stealing from begging bowl. How much you will steal? 3 paise and 1.5 annas. I know some of my classmates used to steal from the blind beggars in the temple. I used to hate stealing from the beginning. I can't tolerate stealing. Even recently, in my Salem ashram, we have a huge mango grove. We have leased all the mango trees to somebody. When I went, see, mango and groundnut, the moment you see, you will feel like eating. Whoever you may be, mango and groundnut, the moment you see, you will feel like eating. So my brahmacharis, my sena, the moment they saw the mango, Swamiji, we can. I said, no, we have already leased these trees. They said, who will ask you, Swamiji? It is our property. I said, no, we have leased. If you pluck the mango from the tree without asking the person who has taken the lease, it is stealing. Then they convinced me, Swamiji, inside your quarters there is 2 trees. That tree we have not leased. That is our own tree. We have not leased those trees. I said, all right, then you can get it from that trees. Somehow from the beginning, I can't stand stealing. That statement from Isavasya Upanishad, Tena Tyaktena Vunjita Va. There's a beautiful word. Ishavashyamidagam sarvam yatkincha jagatyan jagat tena tyaktena vunjita va kritam, means whatever exists is divine. Enjoy everything by sacrificing your individual possessions and identity. Do not steal anything from the cosmos. It's a very beautiful statement. It got embedded into my system. From the beginning, I can't tolerate stealing. I tell you, if you are expecting a reward from ordinary people who are also in turn expecting rewards from others, you are begging from a beggar. You are begging from a beggar. I tell you, don't do that mistake. Do not do that mistake of begging from a beggar. No. Decide. A reward for performance restricts you. A reward for performance restricts you. Beautifully, Bhagavan says, Nibadhyade, becomes bound. Live by giving up the reward for performance, by the non-attachment to any reward for your performance. The essence, sacred secret from this verse, as long as you have the attachment to the reward for performance, your life is going to be in hell. Your life is going to be in suffering. When you give up the reward for performance, when the tranquility happens in you, you achieve the highest tranquility. The last attachment human beings suffer with is the reward, clinging to the reward. That's the last attachment with which human beings suffer. I tell you, give up the reward for the performance. You will be into the highest tranquility. You will be into the highest peace. This time when they kept me in prison illegally, of course, last time also they arrested illegally only. This time when they kept me in the prison illegally, few of the prisoners came and spoke to me. They said, Swamiji, not only prison, the suffering, psychological suffering, we don't know how to get out of it. I said, understand, basic thing. Anyhow, by putting you in the prison, they are trying to steal your few years of your life. Now, do one thing, in these few years, decide not to suffer and build the body through yoga and proper thinking, expand your longevity by 20 years over. You are compensated for what they are doing to you. They said, this looks a nice calculation, nice logic. I tell you, 7 years, you guys have nothing else to do here. So all you need to do yoga, heavy yoga, morning and evening. Prepare your body, prepare your mind, live a happy life, live a blissful life. So naturally your longevity will be expanded. Finally, in the end calculation, you win the game. Actually, they were shocked by the new perspective I gave. And they said, yes, I told. Anything happens to you, don't give up your tranquility. Don't give up your peace. Anything can be renounced for peace. Peace should not be renounced for anything. Yukta karma balam tyaktva shantim apnoti naishtigim ayukta kamagarena balas sakto nibatyate. One who has had the spiritual experience, having given up the reward for the performance, gains the highest tranquility. But the one who has not had the experience, acting on his own free will, clinging to the reward, becomes bound. I tell you, from anybody who expects the reward for performance, you are bound to them. They start driving you. I tell you, all the fellows who try to drive others are crazy, so they will drive you crazy. Any driving is driving crazy. The highest liberation is neither driving nor getting driven. I tell you, I live in that way only. I don't drive anybody, so I don't want to be driven by anybody. I am very clear. When people come and ask me, I tell, all right, I'll support you to run, but I can't drive you. Yukta karma balandyaktva shantimapnoti naishtikim ayukta kamagarena vale sakto nivatyate. When I read this sutra yesterday, I felt reading Bhagavad Gita every day should be made as a compulsory for all human beings. Every night before falling asleep, you should read at least few pages of Bhagavad Gita. I tell you, you will bless yourself, you will feel happy for yourself if you can read Bhagavad Gita every day, at least few pages. I learned this habit of reading few pages of sacred scriptures before falling asleep from my grandfather. He used to go to bed around night 12 o'clock. But even at that time, he will sit and chant Jnana Sambandar's Devaram. He can't read English, so he will read only Tamil books. 1 hour he will chant and nobody in the room can sleep. He used to sleep in the hall. I'm very close to him. He's my favorite. I am his pet because I've been given his name. My pre-monastic name is his name. So I'll sleep next to him only. Nobody can sleep in the hall. He had a beautiful voice. He will chant the Tirujnana Sambandar and Manikavasagara Devarams and Tiruvasagams. The sacred secrets, the sacred sentiment verses. And after some years, before his passing away, last few years, he lost his eyesight, so he can't read. He has trained two of his sons to chant these verses for him. No, nice thing, even my uncles, they went and learned properly to recite these verses for him. And every night they will sit and recite at least 1 hour for him. The little bit of Tamil knowledge I have, the knowledge I have on Devaram, Tiruvasakam, all that I gain from him only, from every night chanting. But I picked up this habit of reading at least some sacred scriptures before going to bed from him. I tell you, read some sacred sentiments or sacred secrets, the spiritual scriptures, something before going to bed. It enriches the quality of consciousness in which you sleep and in which you function and in which you act and in which you flow, which you carry your whole day. The essence, give up the clinging for the reward. I tell you, you may think, oh, I know all these ideas, what is there? No. Your brain needs to be reminded every time, again and again and again. Because forgetfulness is the basic quality of your mind. Reminding yourself again and again with the sacred secrets is the highest spiritual practice. So give up the attachment to the reward. Give up the clinging for the reward. Radiate tranquility, highest tranquility.
जीवन
On this day in the year 2013, during the presidential address, the Nityananda, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, explained the details of how or why we should take up the Nirahara Samyama. It describes how all root patterns are directly or indirectly related to food. Unfortunately, we can't just perform nanosurgery to remove the patterns because they are intertwined and interrelated. In order to remove the patterns, we need to directly blast the root pattern in which all the major patterns connect to. The Nahara Samyama is a blast that we need to dislodge the root pattern, freeing up the connecting patterns. Then we can bring the completion to our inner space, and the powerlessness we feel about food will be dissolved.
Nityanandeshwara Samarambam Nityanandeshwari Madhyamam अस्मदाचार्य पर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरु परम्पराम्। इस समय हमारे साथ उपस्थित सभी दर्शकों और भक्तों का मैं प्रेम एवं आशीर्वाद सहित स्वागत करता हूं। Today I'll continue to expand on Nirahara Samyama, how it helps you to live the four principles. Listen. Nirahara Samyama is directly blasting all the root patterns you have created. All the root patterns you have created and you are cherishing. Listen. All the root patterns you have created and you are cherishing, directly or indirectly, some way rooted on your foot pattern. Listen. All root patterns you carry are directly or indirectly related to food. So when you start the Nirahara Samyama and shattering, blasting the root patterns you carry, suddenly you will see there is so much of relief, so much of inner space. See, the food and love, food and sex, food and fear, food and worry. Somehow, all these major possible root patterns are deeply rooted. Listen. Food and love, food and sex, food and worry, food and fear. Somehow all these major root patterns are directly connected to food. These major root patterns are directly related to food. जो भी मूल विचारधारा आप में उपस्थित है वह प्रत्यक्ष या परोक्ष रूप से आपके आहार के मूल विचारधारा से जुड़े हुए हैं। निराहार संयम सीधे आपके मूल विचारधारा वो जिन्हें आपने निर्मित किए हैं और जिनका आप पोषण कर रहे हैं, वास्तव में सीधी तरह से या किसी और रूप में आपके आहार के आपके मूल विचारधारा से संबंधित है। Understand the way you relate with the patterns. Listen. The way you relate with the patterns. You think patterns are like a cancer tumor. You can just do a nano surgery and remove them. No. They are interrelated, interconnected, intertwined. Interrelated, interconnected, intertwined. The most important thing you should become aware is if you blast one root in which all the major root patterns are connected. Listen, if you blast one root in which all the major root patterns are connected, easy to release yourself from all the root patterns. Let me give you the example. all your fear pattern will somehow be related to food, because society threatens you first with food. All your love pattern will somehow be connected to food, because, listen, because food and love both you receive from mother. So you always associate food with the love. All your worry is associated with food, because as a child you had a lot of worries related to food. Will you get in time? Because all your early crying is for food. Food is much more strong root pattern than lust. See, lust becomes a difficult pattern when it becomes perverted. But lust itself can never be a root pattern, because lust starts only after a physical maturity. Listen, lust starts only after physical maturity, but the root pattern starts before the age of 7. Physical maturity can never happen before the age of 7. Even you fantasizing before the physical maturity starts happening only after 7. After 7, your inner space starts fantasizing, planning for physical maturity, and in those days it used to be around 14, the physical maturity. Nowadays it is around 10 or 12. But please listen, sex can never be a root pattern. It is only the complication of some more patterns. Food can be the root pattern, or it is the root of all root patterns. Food is the root of all root patterns. अगर आप एक मूल या जड़ को विनाश कर पाएंगे, आप में उपस्थित और मूल विचारधाराओं से आप मुक्ति पा सकते हैं. Understand? Nirahara samyama. The right meaning of the word nirahara samyama is blasting all the patterns you created relating food. Going beyond all the patterns you created relating food. It is not even about going beyond food. Listen, I am not interested in making you all starve. No. Nirahara samyama, participants never starve. They just go beyond food. One of the important rule in the Nirahara samyama, the moment you feel hungry or tired, you have to start eating. You can't use your willpower. Understand? For completion, only the patterns related to food, for completion, to complete with all the patterns related to food, you can use your will, not for denying food to your body. Listen. You can use your willpower to reach completion. All patterns related to food, I will complete from this moment. For that, you can use your willpower. But you can't use your willpower to deny the food for the body. That is why I don't allow the kids to do Nirahara Samyama. Kids will not know. They need to have little more time to have clarity. There are millions of things I opened for kids, did not open for adults. But only Nirahara Samyama, I opened for adults and not for kids. Because kids may start using their willpower not to give food to their body out of enthusiasm. No, you should not use your willpower to deny food for your body. You should only use your willpower to complete all the patterns related to food. Actually, when you stop giving food, you will see so much. The patterns are coming up. Denial, anger, irritation, agitation, powerlessness without feeling tired. Listen, tiredness is different. Powerlessness is different. Powerlessness without feeling tired. You may not even feel tired, but you will feel powerless. Ahar, our prem, ahar, our havas, ahar, our chinta, ahar, our bhaya. ये सभी मुख्य मूल धाराएं सीधी तरह से आपके आहार से संबंधित है। आपको जानना चाहिए कि यदि आप एक मूल को बांग करते हैं जिसके साथ सभी मूल विचारधाराएं बंधे हुए हैं, आप सभी मूल विचारधाराओं से ऊपर जा सकते हैं। आपके बाई से संबंधित सभी मूल विचार धाराएं आहार से संबंधित होंगे, क्योंकि समाज ने यह बाय आप में डाला हुआ है। आपके प्रेम से संबंधित सभी मूल विचारधाराएं आहार से संबंधित होंगे, क्योंकि बचपन में आपने अपनी मां से प्रेम आहार की स्वरूप में अनुभव किया था। आपके चिंता से संबंधित सभी मूल विचार धाराएं आहार से संबंधित होंगे, क्योंकि बचपन में आपकी अधिकतम चिंताएं आहार से संबंधित थे। आहार आप में उपस्थित एक मूल विचारधारा हो सकता है, या आहार आप में उपस्थित सभी मूल विचारधाराओं का मूल हो सकता है। जब आप आहार लेना छोड़ देंगे, आप देखेंगे कि आपके कई मूल विचार भावनाएं जैसे क्रोध, तिरस्कार, भाव, आंदोलन, बिना बुनियाद की शक्तिहीनता इत्यादि जग जाएंगे। Understand? Look into the major patterns with which you make your life powerless. Look into the major patterns of your life which makes you powerless. निराहार संयम का सही अर्थ है आहार से संबंधित सभी मूल विचारधाराओं का विनाश करना। निराहार संयम उपवास करना नहीं है। निराहार संयम आहार की आवश्यकता से सरल रूप से ऊपर जाना है। I am not interested in making you all starve. Understand? No, that was not my purpose. That is not my purpose. My interest is liberating you from the patterns of food with which you are suffering. All the patterns you created because of food, irritation, agitation, dependency, pride, love, lust. You have created even lust on food. It is one of the worst perversions. When sex is denied, you start filling yourself with food. First, nirahara samyama, so that all the food related patterns are burnt. Then take up the vow of celibacy, so that when you deprive your body from sex, it does not become food perversion. When you deprive your body from sex, the first thing will happen is perversion of love. You will yearn for attention. Second, you will start becoming homosexual or getting attracted to same gender. Third, you will start getting attracted to any body, whether it is an animal or a tree. Fourth, the perversion of food. All the other things society will not allow, like attention need or the perversion towards the same gender. Please understand, I am not making any comment or statement against homosexuality or lesbianism, but I am making a comment having homosexuality as a perversion. And third, having sex with the animals also will not be allowed by the society. When society does not allow any of this, naturally the allowed perversion is what? Food. Allowed perversion is food. That is why all over the world, all celibate traditions, in all religions suffers with 90% obesity. In my life, first I was initiated into nirahara samyama. My gurus, my teachers, my mentors first initiated me into nirahara samyama and trained me into nirahara samyama. That is why 9 years of my pilgrimage, spiritual yatra time, spiritual pilgrimage time, I was able to live without even the idea of food. Not even once I stretched my hand for food. Not even once I begged for food. If it comes, I'll eat. If it doesn't, I don't even remember. I have not eaten. Understand? आपके जीवन में उपस्थित सभी प्रमुख विचारधाराओं को देखिए, जिनकी वजह से आप शक्तिहीनता को अनुभव करते हैं, आप उन सभी विचारधाराओं को निराहार संयमा के द्वारा विनाश कर सकते हैं. That is why I insist, before giving sannyas to any of my brahmacharis or sannyasis, I insist that they practice nirahara samyama first. After the nirahara samyama, the possibility of perversion dissolves. Possibility of perversion disappears. I've seen people who don't do nirahara samyama, who have not mastered nirahara samyama, get somehow depressed, somehow fall into depression with celibacy or any other spiritual practices. Even my Vidyalaya kids, even my Gurukul kids, once they cross 18, the first thing they have to do is nirahara samyama. Only then they can plan for their future, whether to get married or take sannyas, whatever. मैं नहीं चाहता कि आप भूखी रहे नहीं. आपने जो भी मूल विचारधाराएं आधार पर उत्पन्न किए हैं, उनसे पूर्णत्व कीजिए। यहाँ तक कि हवास भी आहार ही की एक विकृति है। मैंने मेरे 9 वर्षों की परिव्राजक यात्रा में एक बार भी खाने के लिए अपना हाथ नहीं फैलाया, क्यों कि मेरे आचार्यों ने पहले मुझे निराहार संयम की दीक्षा दी। निराहार संयम is the first powerful spiritual process. First powerful spiritual process. When you go through the nirahara samyama, your body is awakened to a new kind of intelligence where it will know what is the original feeling and what is the perversion. Original feeling and perversion. निराहार संयम सबसे प्रथम शक्तिशाली आध्यात्मिक क्रिया है. So understand, with nirahara samyama, you understand the powerlessness. How powerless you are in front of your patterns. If you complete how powerful you became, you learn that science. You learn that science of how to be powerful always. You need to handle the food-related pattern before you handle other root patterns. I sincerely feel, and I also recommend, even people who come for inner awakening, if you finish Nirahara Samyama and come first 3 levels, or during the inner awakening, practice 3 levels of Nirahara Samyama, the inner awakening will work very deep in you. Finding the root patterns and completing it will be very easy for you. I sincerely recommend निराहार संयम के द्वारा आप देख पाएंगे कि आपके मूल विचारधाराओं के आगे आप कितना शक्तिहीन है, और निराहार संयम वह शास्त्र है जिससे आप सीख सकते हैं कि कैसे आप हमेशा शक्तिशाली रह सकते हैं. अंडरस्टैंड, निराहार संयम द्वारा आपके शरीर में यह स्वाभाविक बुद्धि जागृत होगी, जिससे आपका शरीर स्वभाव और विकृति के बीच का अंतर जान जाएगा. You need to understand, when you actually attack the food pattern, all your incomplete love pattern will come out. All your incomplete fear patterns will come out.
In the year 2014, on this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continued the Vijaya Yatra in Tamil Nadu. People of the kingdom of Pondicherry would gather in large numbers to have the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, welcoming him with an offering of 1,008 punakumbhas, which is the highest honor given to royalty. An elaborate procession with a variety of musical instruments and performers received the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and accompanied him to the different venues where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism performed most of the sacred rituals, including the Pranapratishtha of the Muruga deity, inauguration of the Embalam Ashram, inauguration of Sri Nityanandeshwara Temple Embalam. Kumbhabhishekam was performed at the Nityanandeshwara Temple, 108 Velaku Puja, Pranapratishtha of the Spatikalinga, 108 Rudrohama and Mahasatsang in Tamil. Here we have Nityananda Times from the year 2015 and Nityananda Times from the year 2018. With this, we come to the end of today's segment. And now I'm going to take a few moments to talk about the Paramashivam program, the level 3 program Paramashivoham, which is happening the second time this year after a 3-year period, which is one of the most awaited programs of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This program is taking place from July 13th to August 3rd. Paramashivoham is an immersive 21-day program event to teach you the science of manifesting the ultimate consciousness in you. This Paramashivam manifests the deep experiences of the 25 states of consciousness, vertical time zones, and power manifestation. Join us for this grand event by registering at kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. You can also visit the same link to learn more information and receive guidance about how to register yourself for the program. And so now with this, we come to the end of today's segment. And we are now going to enter into the meditation to receive the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the daily Nityananda Satsang. We request all our viewers to please sit straight, head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes and bring your awareness to your Ananda Gandha. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism residing in your Ananda Gandha as Paramashiva with the 25 heads and 50 hands. Now, start chanting the Mahavakya mantra, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, and allow the mantra to reverberate throughout your entire being. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Continue to be in the same state of deep blissful awareness as you get ready to prepare for the Nityananda Satsang.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Consciously, how you decide to visualize yourself. Consciously, how you decide to get initiated to experience yourself has immediate and cumulative effect on how you experience you and how you experience life, how you manifest your reality on your very life itself. Listen. Consciously, how you decide to visualize yourself, feel yourself, perceive yourself, consciously, how you decide to get initiated into as immediate and cumulative effect on your life, on your existence, on what you manifest as life. Understand? I'll elaborate. Every initiation you attend matters. Every second you try to practice matters. Every second you try to consciously visualize you are Paramashiva, knowingly, unknowingly, with half understanding or 2% understanding, 1% understanding, or without even understanding, all these attempts, and not only the attempts you do it on yourself, the attempts I do on you. Listen, this is where the important point. The attempts you do on you is spiritual practice, manifestation. The attempts I do on you is initiation. Both as immediate effect on you and cumulative effect on you. Every time you try to visualize yourself consciously as a higher being, or I enter into your being and make you visualize that you are a higher being by awakening your Kundalini Shakti. All this has an immediate and cumulative effect on you. So every initiation you attend matters. It protects you, it saves you, it guards you, it guides you, especially when you are filled with poison, negativity, arrogance, and delusion. Listen, every time I initiate you, I work on your inner space, awaken your higher identity. Every time you visualize your Paramashiva or higher identity, you do completion, you do unclutching, all that, all what you do on you to raise yourself, all I do on you to raise yourself, both have immediate effect and cumulative effect. So how you visualize you matters. How you consciously decide to visualize you matters. How you visualize you matters. How you consciously decide to visualize you matters. How you allow me to consciously work on you and initiate you matters. All this will have immediate and cumulative effects. Last few days, the whole social media is buzz. Literally, people are screaming. Thousands of Sakshi Pramanas from everywhere about this Paramashivam level 3 initiations and messages. The way it flies in Facebook, YouTube, everywhere. Sakshi Pramanas. Tons and tons of Sakshi Pramanas. Listen. Do it when you can, so that it will help you when you can't. Do it when you can so that it will help you when you can't. Shri Vidya is 15 syllable sound. Mahavidya is 16 syllable. Shodasi. Today Parashodasi. Parashodasi is no sound, only visualization. So I am going to enter into your inner space. Make you visualize consciously the Parashodasi. Parashodasi is the Devi who is sitting in the lap of Paramashiva. She is also called Manonmani Parashodasi, who is in the lap of Paramashiva. Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands. In his lap, his own Shakti sits in the form of Devi. That Devi is called Parashodasi. She is actually one with Paramashiva. It's a one being, two form. Just like Paramashiva has a 25 heads, she is a 26th head. It's just extension of Paramashiva. As I was telling you yesterday's satsang elaborately described how Parabrahma Swarupini Mahasaraswati, Parandama Swarupini Mahalakshmi, Paramashiva Swarupini Paramashakti, the Parashodasi. Parashodasi is Manasa Sarovara of Kailasapati. That is why even in Kailasa it is believed in Tibet, Paramashiva stands as Kailasa, Paramashakti, Paramashiva Shakti, Parashodasi, Manonmani expresses herself as Manasarovar. So Manasarovar is Devi, Kailasa is Shiva. Even the shape of Manasarovar will be Brahmanda Yoni. That is the way the Manasarovar will look. You can see in the Google map. Kailasa stands as a linga. Manasarovar stands as Paramashiva Shakti. Brahmanda Yoni. Brahmanda Linga and Brahmanda Yoni. Now I'll initiate you into Parashodasi. Ramesh Ramani is sending a message. அப்போதைக்கு இப்போதே சொல்லி வைத்தேன் பராபரமே. அப்போதைக்கு தேவையானதை இப்போதே செய்தே வைத்தேன் பராபரமே. சொல்லி மாத்திரம் வைக்கவில்லை, செய்தே வைத்தேன். So, in this initiation, Parashodasi Diksha, you don't need to do anything. If you want to do something, you can be staring at this Mahameru. That's enough. You just see this Mahameru. Through this Mahameru, I'll enter into your eyes. And I will do the visualization of your consciousness. See, you have 3 levels of visualization. Your default visualization. All that, everything you have seen in your life will be going on without any logic. Why, what comes, no one knows. That is one layer. Second layer is what you try to consciously hold. That's the second layer. Third layer, how you fight between your conscious visualization and unconscious visualization. This 3 layer of visualization only you know. But there is a 4th layer. Your conscious conclusions about you, cognition. I will enter into that space and install Paramashiva. Paramashiva and Parashodasi, Manonmani. So you just sit and you don't even need to close your eyes. It will be good if you drink a cup of tea or hot chocolate, coffee to keep you fresh. I only want you to be awake, that's all. Because by ethics, I am not allowed to enter into the people who are sleeping and initiate. For example, if you tell me, no, even if I am sleeping, please initiate me. Even if I deny you, even if I try to run away, don't leave me, bring me back, keep me with you. If you have taken that kind of a boons, then I have the right to initiate you even while you sleep. Then I have the right to bind you and bring you back, even if you try to run away. That is what actually Paramashiva tried to do when Sati tried to escape. Sati took a boon that even if I am not able to handle myself, don't let me go, keep me with you. Paramashiva said, sure, I will do that. But there is one beyond this point. You took this boon now, but if you yourself decide to break this boon and ask me consciously to break this boon, then I have to give you that boon also. She was so confident. She thought, oh, I will not go to that extent. So let me retain my freedom to say no if I want. Listen carefully. That last one bit, she kept it as the free will. So when she was crashing, see, when she came down from Kailasa, Paramashiva sends Nandi. Nandi runs behind Sati and says, please don't go, don't go, don't go. But actually, when you start getting a kick, feeling high by saying no, that is like a drug. You become addicted to it. And you just break. You become like a murderer. Till you commit suicide, you don't stop. And she was going in that spree. When she was about to cross the Haridwar, see, Haridwar is the boundary. Breathing space of Paramashiva, that Kailasa and boundary. When she was stepping out of Haridwar, Nandi comes in between and says, now I am declaring war on you. I will not let you cross the boundary. You have to be inside the Kailasa. Then she uses her powers and hurts Nandi. Naturally, she has a higher power than Nandi. She was empowered. She uses her powers and hurts Nandi. Nandi was bound. And she uses that last 1% will, she kept it as her freedom. Actually, she asked Paramashiva that even if I deny you and leave you, don't allow me, keep me with you, I have to be with you. Paramashiva says, yes, I'll give you that boon. But now itself, make it very clear. If you are not able to handle yourself in your mood swing, if you ask me the boon, to break this boon and leave, I have to give you that boon. Do you want me to deny that boon if you ask me at that time in your mood swing? She said, no, I want to retain that freedom. He said, all right. That last one line, what she tried to retain, because of that, and when she got into the drug addict, see, saying no and feeling empowered is like a drug. Saying no to life and feeling empowered, you feel, come what may, I'll face it. But actually when it comes, you will not be able to face it. You don't understand that. That's like a drug. That's what Sati got into. And she heard the Nandi and crossed the Haridwar. Finally, she became death for the whole, her own father and the whole kingdom which gave her birth and which was her life. Because she decided to say no to Guru and did not take that boon from Paramashiva when he offered. Even if you ask a boon to leave you, don't let me leave. That boon she did not take. That last one thing she left it. Anyhow, now listen. Listen carefully. I can initiate you even if you are sleeping, if you take the boon, that even if I am sleeping, please, you can enter into my inner space and initiate. I can protect you if you take the boon. Even if I leave, even if you try to leave during your mood swing or any reason, I should protect you and get you back. If you take the boon, I can do that, but not otherwise. That is the ultimate surrender. Even when I am not surrendering, I am surrendering now. This is what is the cumulative effect of your conscious decision now. Your conscious decisions has immediate and cumulative effect. அப்போதைக்கு இப்போதே சொல்லி வைத்தார்க்கு அப்போதைக்கு இப்போதே செய்து வைத்து விடுவேன் பராபரமே. So now, let me initiate Parashodasi. Om. 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 Now please put your attention on this Mahameru. Through this Meru, I'll enter into your inner space and manifest Parashodasi. Om, 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 Om. Om, 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 Om.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि सद्गुरुं तं नमामि सद्गुरुं तं नमामि श्री ललिता सहस्रनाम स्तोत्रम् श्रीमाता श्रीमहाराज्ञी श्रीमत्सिंहासनेश्वरी चिदग्निकुण्ड सम्भूता देवकार्य समुद्यता ऊर्ध्वभानुसहस्राभा चतुर्बाहु समन्विता रागस्वरूप पाषाढ्या क्रोधाकाराङ्कुशोज्ज्वला मनोरूपेक्षुकोदण्डा पञ्चतन्मात्रसायका निजारुण प्रभापूर मझब्रह्माण्डमण्डला चम्पकाशोकपुन्नाग सौगन्धिक लसत्कजा कुरुविन्द मणिश्रेणी कनत्कोटीरमण्डिता अष्टमी चन्द्रविभ्राज दलिकस्थलशोभिता मुखचन्द्र कलङ्काभ मृगनाभि विशेषका वदन स्मर माङ्गल्य गृहतोरण चिल्लिका वक्त्रलक्ष्मी परिवाह चलन्मीनाभलोचना नवचम्पक पुष्पाभ नासादण्डविराजिता ताराकान्ति तिरस्कारी नासाभरण भासुरा कदम्ब मञ्जरी क्लिप्त कर्णपूर मनोहरा ताटङ्क युगलीभूत तपनोडुपमण्डला पद्मराग शिलादर्श परिभावी कपोलभू नवविद्रुम बिम्बश्री न्यकारी रदनच्छदा शुद्ध विद्या कुराकार विजपङ्क्ति वयोज्ज्वला कर्पूर विठिकामोद समाकर्षि दिगन्धरा निज सल्लाप माधुर्य विनिर्बस्तित कच्छपि मन्दस्मित प्रभापूर मज्जत्कामेश मानसा अनाकलित सादृश्य चिबुकश्री विराजिता कामेशबद्ध माङ्गल्य सूत्रशोभित कन्धरा कनकाङ्गद केयूर कमनीय भुजान्विता रत्नग्रैवेय चिन्ताक लोलमुक्ता फलान्विता कामेश्वर प्रेमरत्न
विष्णु परंधाम रुद्र ईशान सदाशिव ज्ञानस्कंद परषोडसी परमशिव महाकामेश्वर महाकामेश्वरी परमशिव परमशिव शक्ति परषोडसी ओम 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 गणपति ब्रह्म परब्रह्म विष्णु परंधाम रुद्र पररुद्र ईशान सदाशिव ज्ञानस्कंद परमशिव परषोडसी महाकामेश्वर महाकामेश्वरी ओम 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 परमशिव परमशिव शक्ति परषोडसी ओम 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 गणपति ब्रह्म परब्रह्म विष्णु परंधाम रुद्र ईशान सदाशिव परमशिव परमशिव शक्ति महाकामेश्वरी समेत महाकामेश्वर परमशिव परमशिव शक्ति ओम ओम ओम
सैनिका कामेश्वरास्त्र निर्दग्ध सभण्डासुरशून्यका ब्रह्मोपेन्द्र महेन्द्रादि देवसंस्तुत वैभवा हरनेत्राग्नि सन्दर्भ कामसञ्जीवनौषधि श्रीमद्वाग्भवकूटैक स्वरूप मुखपङ्कजा कण्ठाध कटिपर्यन्त मध्यकूटस्वरूपिणी शक्तिकूटैकतापन्न कट्यधोभागधारिणी मूलमन्त्रात्मिका मूल कूटत्रय कलेकरा कुलात्मकैकरसिका कुलसंकेतपालिनी कुलाङ्गना कुलान्तस्था कौलिनी कुलयोगिनी अकुला समया अन्तस्था समयाचार तत्परा मूलाधारैकनिलया ब्रह्मग्रन्थिविभेदिनी मणिपूरान्तरोदिता विष्णुग्रन्थिविभेदिनी आज्ञाचक्रान्तरान्तस्था
Yes. Now, please all of you pick up your Atmalinga. Listen carefully. All over the world, all of you who are sitting with me now for initiation, especially all those who asked me the boon. Many have put the message, "Oh Swamiji, even if I am sleeping, please initiate me. Even if I deny you, you protect me, you don't let me go away." All of you asked that boon. As a living manifestation of Paramashiva, as Paramavatara of Paramashiva, I give you all the boon you asked. So you will all be protected, brought back to me. Even when you try to deny or run away or escape, you will all be protected. Whoever has asked this boon, I give you all this boon. As you asked, as you wanted, the boon is granted. Tatastu, 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 tatastu. Now listen. Take the Atmalinga. Take the Atmalinga in your hand and keep. Say, listen carefully. You can now test practically whether my verbalization, the mantras I chant in the inner space, reaches you, or the visualization I am making is manifesting in you. You can check very practically now. Just hold the Atmalinga in your hand. Now I'm going to just reverberate those sounds of the cosmic DNA, the genetical code of the cosmos. How the genes of the cosmos is reverberating. The DNA of the cosmos is reverberating. The bioenergy of the cosmos is reverberating. I'm going to vibrate. You can feel that very vibration in your Atmalinga. Your Atmalinga will be alive now. So hold it in your palms, in your hand. It will be alive. So all of you who asked that boon, I give you that boon. Now listen. Keep the Atmalinga in your hand. From here, I'm going to reverberate. Means I'm going to intensely vibrate in Parashodasi space. You can see your Atmalinga vibrating intensely. That Parashodasi space. The whole energy will enter into you. Prasanna, Ma Prasanna Ramachandran. I give you the boon. You asked. Tatastu. Paramasugadayini. I give you the boon you asked. Shri Nitya Deva Rupananda. I give you the boon you asked. Vandana Agarwal. I give you the boon you wanted. Asta Chawla. I give you the boon you wanted. And all those who asked me through the internet and internet, I give you the boon you are asking now. As the living manifestation, Paramavatara of Paramashiva, I give you the boon you are asking. Shower you all. Om, Om, Om. 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 Om, Om. Shalini Viswanathan is asking, if a kid is sleeping during initiation, will I initiate? Actually, for a kid, mother or the father is the authority. If your own son or daughter is sleeping and you want me to initiate that baby, and if you ask that as a boon, I'll initiate. Mother or father is the source and the child is the extension. In Hinduism, till the death of the child, there is no legal major minor age in Hinduism. Please understand. There is no, you see, only in country law, legal major, legal minor and all that. In Hinduism, there is no legal major minor. If you want your child to be initiated and your son or daughter to be initiated and you ask the boon, the person that naturally I'll initiate because they are your extension till their death. only two things breaks the relationship of father-mother with a child in Hindu tradition. Only two things make a divorce. If a male, means son, rapes the mother, then the divorce, cosmic divorce, is granted. If a daughter becomes the instrument for the murder of the father or the mother, then the cosmic divorce is granted. In Hinduism, only these two comes under the Panchamapadakam. Only then your child and you gets disconnected DNA wise. Otherwise, is your child, is your daughter, son forever. There is no disconnection. Through you, your child can be enlightened. Through your child, you can be enlightened. The DNA extension is unbreakable. That is why many times when the father starts manifesting powers, the son or the daughter automatically starts the repercussions. The conscious starts raising. Same way when the child manifests powers and enlightenment, the father or the mother, their consciousness also evolves. So Mahabuddhananda, I'll initiate your child. If someone takes sannyasa, the social relationship with the father and mother is gone, but the DNA relationship continues. That is not broken. Now, get ready for the initiation. Om. 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 Ma Tripureshananda is asking to bless her pet dog. See, pet dog you can keep next to you during initiation. I will initiate, but there is no DNA connection. So, by initiating you, it cannot enter into the pet dog. So, earlier what I said is the extension only for them, that was applicable. Your adopted son or the adopted pet does not get the benefit of your DNA extension. Keep your pet in the room, initiation room. I'll give initiation. Somebody is asking that her son is not ready to receive the initiation. Can I initiate her son? No, when the son is not ready. See, when your son is a child and he neither says no nor says yes, I can initiate because you want it. But if the son or the daughter, if they say no categorically, no to me, I cannot. If they have grown up to that level, and if they declare no, then I cannot, because I can't enter into their free will. Free will is highly respected. You understand? See, last 2-3 days satsang, I was explaining about these 3 types of guru-disciple relationship. One is that Brihaspati. Brihaspati is the Deva Guru. Another one is Asura Guru, Sukracharya. Third one is Paramaguru, Dakshinamurti, Paramashiva himself. See, in the relation, if the relationship between you and me, if it is socially polite, like a Deva Guru and his disciples, see, listen carefully. Deva Guru blesses and supports only what is morally right, socially right. Like how the Devatas have a relationship with Brihaspati. He will have a very high standard of good and bad, right and wrong, socially accepted, all that. Very straight. And relationship is also like that only. But with Asura Guru Shukracharya, that is more like a love. He doesn't bother about what is socially right, wrong. He doesn't judge. He bothers only about the integrity. Paramashiva's 2 dimension. Deva Guru Brihaspati, Asura Guru Shukracharya. For example, if you try to get a second wife, second girl, keep without the knowledge of the first girl, by secretly hiding, Brihaspati will not help for all that. He will say, no, 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 no. But if you go to Shukracharya, he will say, all right, okay, don't worry, I'll do what need to be done. Go. And he will even give you some tips. I'll take care. The Brihaspati is very socially polite relationship. Shukracharya, only integrity. If you are integrated to him, that's all. The social norms, rules, regulations, being organized, all that does not matter. If you go to Brihaspati, he will bless you for the wealth for which you need to work through the society, social form and achieve. But Shukracharya will simply give lottery. Everything I say, if you understand, you will understand the whole astrology. When you have the Brihaspati Guru Dasa, how the life goes, when Shukra is in your, is gracing you, how the life goes, you can see very clearly. With Shukra, if you are just integrated to him, that's all. He will do anything you want. He'll say, all right, come on. You just go and tell him, I'm planning for a third girl. He will just look this side and that side. Hey, come in the evening when I am alone. I'll tell you what to do. Go. Now too many people are around. Go. If you go to Brihaspati, hey, I'll inform your mother and wife. Go. So Brihaspati is more socially accepted relationship. And Shukra is, I'll take care, go. Be integrated, that's all. Go. If you maintain the integrity with Shukra, that's enough. He will grant you everything you want. And it's like he doesn't judge. Of course, Cosmos needs all types of people and all types. That is why Paramashiva himself manifests as Brihaspati and Shukra both. Both are Paramashiva's own manifestation. It's not that. Shukra is less Paramashiva, or Brihaspati is more Paramashiva. No. Brihaspati is more for the people who are organized, socially polite. Shukra is more for the people who are very raw. And that is the way people are. And he accepts everyone. And he will even give Sanjeevani Vidya. Even for the playboys, he will give Sanjeevani Vidya and how to make Somarasa, all this knowledge. If you are just integrated to him, that's enough. Paramashiva is the beyond both. It's a pure oneness. He neither looks at you as good nor looks at you as bad. He doesn't judge. He just makes him manifest in you. Pure Paramadvaita. When the Shukra is in high energy in your life, if you gamble, buy lottery, you will win everything. You will get socially accepted or unaccepted, right, wrong, anything you try, you will be showered. He doesn't call something as good, something as bad. He doesn't tell something is good, something is wrong. So now, take the Atmalinga and sit. Oh, 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 oh. Just hold your Atmalinga in your palm. Om, 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 Ganapati, Mahaganapati, Brahma, Parabrahma, Vishnu, Parandama, Rudra, Pararudra, Ishana, Parayeshana, Sadashiva, Paramashiva, Paramashiva Shakti, Mahakameshwara, Mahakameshwari, Mahakameshwari Sameda, Mahakameshwara, Paramashiva Shakti Sameda, Paramashiva, 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 Om, 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 Om. ज्ञानस्कंद ओम 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 Om.
गोत्री
Om.
गोविन्दरूपिणी
Om.
संहारिणी रुद्र
Parashodasi.
तिरोधान करीश्वरी
Om.
सदा
Om.
शिवानुग्रहदा
Om.
पञ्चकृत्य
Om.
नारायणा
Om. Om.
भानुमण्डलमध्यस्थ
Om.
भैरवी
Om.
भगमालिनी
Om.
पद्मासना
Om.
भगवती
Om.
पद्मनाभ
Om.
सहोदरी
Om.
पुण्येश
Om.
निमिषापन्न
Om.
विपन्न
Om.
भुवनावली
Om.
सहस्रशीर्षवदना
Om. Om.
सहस्राक्षी
Om.
सहस्रपाद
Om.
ब्रह्म
Om.
कीटजननी
Om. Om. Om.
वर्णाश्रमविधायिनी
Om.
निजाभ्या
Om.
रूपनिगमा
Om.
पुण्यापुण्य
Om.
फलप्रदा
Om.
श्रुति
Om.
सीमन्तसिन्धु
Om. Om.
कृतपादाब्जधूलिका
Om.
सकलागम
Om.
सन्दोह
Om. 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 Om.
हरिब्रह्मेन्द्र सेविता
Om.
नारायणी
Om.
नादरूपा
Om.
नामरूप
Om.
विवर्जिता
Om.
ह्रीङ्कारे
Om.
श्रीमति हृद्या
Om.
हेयोपादेयवर्जिता
Om.
राजार्चिता
Om. Om. Om.
लोचना
Om.
कञ्जनी
Om.
रमणीयस्या रणकिङ्किणी
Om.
मेखला
Om. Om.
रमारायेन्दुवदना
Om.
रतिरूपा रतिप्रिया
Om.
रक्षाकरी
Om.
राक्षसाग्नि
Om. 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 Om.
विधात्री वेदजननी विष्णुमाया विलासिनी क्षेत्रस्वरूपा क्षेत्रेशी क्षेत्रज्ञपालिनी क्षयवृत्ति
Relax.
क्षेत्र
Relax. Keep the Atmalinga down. It's actually not a break for you, it's break for me because I'm intensely reverberating. My body is getting pushed into Samadhi. So I need few seconds or few minutes break so I can restart the initiation. It's a break for me, not break for you. You can just settle down and till I am settling down. I'm seeing so many people messaging that Ma Durjati Nityananda Atmalinga is buzzing and giving off its own heat, Swamiji. Yes, blessings. This is the solid proof that you are receiving the initiation. The transmitter is working. It is checked. Quality control. QC passed. And Ma Tripureshānanda is messaging Atmalinga feels hot. Yes. Paramashiva is hot. So many people messaging. I think too many people are messaging that Swamiji, I want you as a Shukra. Listen, I am Paramashiva. You can enjoy me as Brihaspati or Shukra. If you understand all these principles, you can make a lot of good decisions in your life. See, if you understand about the Rahu, Ketu, Brihaspati, Shukra, Sanishwara, all these, Surya, you can make a lot of decisions properly. See, whenever Rahu and Shani is in a bad position in your life, never leave Guru. If you leave Guru, when Rahu and Shani is in a bad position, surely you will commit suicide or you will attract accident and die. Death is the only way. Only to kill you, Rahu and Shani will trigger you and take you out from the Guru. If you see Sati's horoscope is there in the Skanda Purana. Skanda Purana very clearly describes the time of Sati's birth and you can see all that. See, these three Jataka, Rama Jataka, Sati's Jataka and Krishna Jataka, if you study, it's not very difficult. Simple. Nowadays, so many YouTube channels have come. Very simply, they describe very in a lucid language. In English, they describe these descriptions. If you just study, you will understand. If the Shani and Rahu is in a very bad position, he will somehow trigger you. That whole mind will play the game and move you out of the Guru. The moment you move out of the Guru, you stop being in touch. That's it. Till suicide, they will not leave. The suicide is the only spot you will end. Either you will attract accidents and kill yourself or the suicide. I can give you one more tip. See, when the Shani and Rahu is in a very negative way, women will have chest related issues. Man will have stomach related issues. If you have the stomach related diseases, and women having chest means lungs or heart related issues, that is the time Shani and Rahu will be high. Never allow yourself to be triggered and move out of Guru. If a Shukra is high, even if you move out of Guru, you won't have a problem. Shukra is a very loving person, very sweet person. He will just give you some lottery and you will feel so overflowing gratitude. Even when I am not in touch with him, see, he has blessed me, and you will come back. Shukra is that kind of energy. But when Shani and Rahu are in bad position, are very powerful over you, never leave Guru. Simple understandings, if you have, too easy to make your life. And especially if you are in touch with Shukra, means if you have that much of opening with Guru, where you can ask whatever you want and you know he won't judge you, then that's all. So Murali Magestan is asking Swamiji a question. If for Shukracharya nothing matters other than integrity, what is the equivalent for Brihaspati? Is it also integrity, Swamiji? Hey Murali Mahesan, I am answering you directly. You know the kind of relationship we both have. You come and tell me all the right, wrong, stupid, everything you do. And I never judged you. I never condemned you. I always been with you in such a way that you feel me like your college friend. College friend with all powers. Your college colleague with all powers. That is the way I treated you. That's the way you have also been behaving with me. So I am already Shukra for you. Don't worry. You are enjoying my Shukra dimension already. So there is nothing you need to worry about. You don't need to know anything about it, anything other than that. Enjoy that Shukra dimension. Over. Brihaspati will bother more about socially being organized to keep the structure of the Devaloka. But Shukra is such, he accepts everyone, anyone. And I wanted you guys to know, sometimes this Devendra goes to Brihaspati and asks something which is not socially acceptable or which is not right to the organizing structure, the organized structure of the Swargaloka. And Brihaspati will deny. This fellow will go to Shukra. This Devendra will go to Shukra secretly. Shukra will give it. This is a usual game. Usual game happens. And Shukra relationship does not see good, bad, right, wrong. And but both are needed for the cosmos. Shukra is also needed and Brihaspati also is needed, Rahu also is needed, Shani also is needed. All are needed. Ultimately, it's all game of Paramashiva. If your Buddha is strong, even if you are little away from Guru, you will not get into any mess. Because the Buddha is the extension of Guru. Buddha's birth is very strange. The Guru's Devi was taken away by Chandra, and from that Buddha is born. It's not like a really like a male-female relationship. Don't think in that way. The extension which came out of Guru, Jupiter, that was hit by Chandra, and from that one more energy got created. That is Buddha. So Guru and Buddha are in a very complete space. Buddha behaves more like a representative of the Guru and protects you even if you are a little bit away from Guru. If you have a strong Buddha, and even if you are a little away from Guru, it's okay, he will bring you back, no problem. But when the Rahu and Shani is very strong, never leave Guru, because it will be direct death. Like a suicide or death. No way you will be able to protect yourself. That's the only thing. Gita Devi is asking for Atmalinga. Go and receive it from Adi Kailasa. See, in Adi Kailasa, we have 10,000 Atmalingas energized. But I don't have people who will be able to ship it to all you guys. Whoever, if you are in India, if you go to Adi Kailasa, in the gate itself, I will tell them to give freely. Anyone wants to have Atmalinga, you can go in the Kalabhairava gate itself. They will distribute freely. If you want for your friend, family, someone who is away outside India, you can take for their name also. I'll tell them to give for them also. And you send it to them. You pack it and send it to them. I don't have enough people to pack and send. You fellows all sit in your house, live your life, and demand me and my sannyasis to work 24/7. I can give free of cost, but I don't have people to pack and send. Gita Devi, go and you can receive it at the Kalabhairava gate free of cost. And Adi Kailash administrators, keep all the Atmalingas in the Kalabhairava gate. Anyone who comes, they can receive Atmalinga. If they want for their friend, they can bring a letter with a photograph. Take that and give the Atmalinga free of cost, free of charge. Let them take it and send it to their friend or family. I can show my compassion. I can energize the Atmalinga. I can give free of cost. But I don't have people to work. And you bloody Hindus are criminally negligent. You suck the blood of the spiritual organizations, but never go and do work. And this much only you guys are qualified. What can I do? Suffer the collective negativity. What can I do? If you want, go and receive. I'll give free of cost. I won't charge because Paramashiva says very clearly in Agama, you cannot charge. I'll maintain my integrity to Paramashiva. Same way, if you have taken the Atmalinga and if you are not doing everyday puja and you don't want to be connected with me anymore, you should send it back to Biddi. It belongs to Paramashiva. You keeping it just with you is a karma. Be careful. Wesley Silva is asking, I want to go and volunteer in Adi Kailash. I just have to be there this month. Blessings. You will be able to make it. My blessing. Sri Nitya Akshaya Gunananda is asking to give him also the relationship with like Shukracharya. I understand. Murali Mahesan is too sweet. Not only he will come and tell all the cheap things, even the wrong things he does, he will come and tell me. He will come and tell me which is not supposed to be done, even as per my rule. If I made a rule, and even if he violates that rule, he will come and tell me. And if I will never judge, I will never say no on all that. I will just give a proper understanding, and he will always listen. So he is too sweet. He listens to my explanations. But Akshay Gunananda, you never ever obeyed or listened to my explanations or the understandings I try to give. So don't expect what Murali Mahesan enjoys with me for you. Murali Mahesan is extremely integrated to me, so I give him the boons also. I never judge him. Yes. Now I'll restart the Parashodasi. I have not yet completed. I have to complete that whole initiation. I'll restart now. You don't need to close your eyes. You can just sit and have the darshan of this Mahameru. That's enough. Don't sleep. It will be good if you keep your eyes open. Have a cup of tea or hot chocolate or coffee. Keep your eyes open. If you are fresh, I can manifest this visualization, this conscious initiation in you easily. I can make it just like that happen in you. All my disciples, I am telling you straight, I have the power directly to walk into your inner space and make that superconscious Paramashiva being to manifest. All I need is you telling me, yes, Swamiji, please come. Giving permission, that's all, nothing else. If you give permission, that's enough. I'll simply manifest Paramashiva inside you. Om, 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 Om. Hold the Atmalinga in your hand. Hold the Atmalinga in your hand. I'll now it's a living manifestation of Paramashiva, Paramavatara of Paramashiva. I bless you all. I'll manifest now. Paramashiva will manifest now in all of you. Somebody is asking that, can you ask your organizer to get Atmalinga for all of you in your center? Yes. For example, any one city coordinator in any country can send one person to Adi Kailash and take even 100 Atmalingas. I don't have a problem. Just don't waste, don't steal, don't abuse. It is Paramashiva directly. It's a God particle. So behave like that with that Atmalinga. Just because it comes freely, don't abuse. Any organizer can send a letter and receive even 100 or 200, as many as you want, and distribute it to all who need in your center, in your Sarvanyapida, in your temple. I am okay with it. Anyone walks into the gates of Adi Kailasa and asks with a proper letter, with your, it doesn't even need to be physical letter, even if it's a WhatsApp scanned copy or scanned version, if you show, the brahmachari in charge in the Kalabhairava gate will give you the Atmalinga. You can take and you can distribute it for your Sarvanyapita, your temple. I am ready to do the spiritual work and I am ready to give free of cost. I don't have enough people. And you Hindu fellows are so selfish. You are bothered only about your wife, 2 kids, 2 car, 1 house. And you fellows have no sannyas in your blood. Like how the Buddhists, 1% of Buddhists take monastic life and keep their tradition alive. The Hindu population is almost 2 billion living Hindu population. So 1% means at least 2 crore should be sannyasis. No, that number is not there. So what can be done? We are also working 24/7. I don't have enough people to pack and send it to you. You go and take it. I'll give free of cost. It's all already received, energized, and kept ready. You go and take it as a prasadam from Kalabhairava. That's all. Don't waste, don't abuse, don't throw here and there. Anyone who already received Atmalinga, and if you don't want to be connected with me, you don't want to do puja every day, you send it back to Biddi. Adi Kailash. Don't abuse. Ananda Bharati is asking for blessings for Abhat Sannyas. Blessings. Go to Adi Kailash and live my blessings. Adya Agarwal is asking, can I take my mother's Atmalinga? No. If your mother don't want to be connected anymore, that Atmalinga has to go back to Biddi. You have to take only new one, another one from Biddi. You can't exchange. There is no interchange option possible. One of the biggest problem with Hindus is they always think somebody else should save the dharma. Somebody else should protect the dharma. They will enjoy all the benefits of dharma, but protecting somebody else should do. Neither they will want to be involved, nor they want their next generations to be involved. Meena Haridas is asking, Swamiji, how can I get Atma Murti? Atma Murti, you can print it on your own and laminate. It's already available in the internet. My high resolution picture, approved Atma Murti photographs are there. You can print it on your own, the life size, and Laminate. Arun Rathod is saying that Bhagavan, I am your person. I'll do it for everyone. I love to do this work. Go to Adi Kailash and receive whoever wants, receive their letters and pack and send. I don't have a problem. Dimitra Coloni is asking, also send to country without center, please. If you don't have a center, you start the center. Why don't you take the responsibility? You want someone else to break their back and you will ride on them. Shipra Prasadinika wants to go to Adi Kailash. Blessings. Tayare Travis is saying, my Atmalinga is going crazy in my palm, vibrating non-stop. Actually, if you just keep the Atmalinga in your palm, when I initiate you, it will just stand automatically. Full vertical, it will just stand. You can try to see. You can see in front of the camera. You can show in front of the camera. If you are sitting on two-way, just keep the Atmalinga in your palm. You can see. It will just stand up. You would have seen coconut moving and coconut standing. Now you can see Atmalinga standing. Because this is a most powerful initiation. Shodasi, Parashodasi, Paramashiva himself manifesting as Paramashiva Shakti. I am going to. And one good thing is that this, you don't need to do anything. I have to do whole thing. It's not mantra, it's a visualization, which you can't do. Only I can do, only I have to do. It's like my work. So I'll do better job. I'll do a good job, don't worry. I have done this for now 25 years. Same thing I'm doing. I become professional, successful in doing this. So now I'll manifest with the grace of Paramashiva, Ganapati, Nandi, Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. I'll manifest them in your inner space. You will see the Atmalinga straight stands. Fully straight it will stand. Saurav Aneja is saying, Prabhu kindly requesting to have more Devi Parashakti darshans. Saurav Aneja, you are very honest and you became Adinavasi because I told. So you did what I told, I will do what you asked. I'll give you more and more Parashakti darshan for everyone and you also. And all the punya of all the Parashakti darshan I give goes to you. You are very honest and very responsible. Because I told you, you became Adinavasi. You proved your integrity. You did what I asked. So I will do what you ask. I'll do it. Ravi is asking, Swamiji, what do we do with the broken Atmalinga? Send it back to Adi Kailasa. Because Atmalinga has a power to heal itself. Any broken Atmalinga, we just keep it near in the temple in the energy field and it just heals itself. You may be thinking it is very funny. I can give you thousands of examples. All those whose Atmalinga is broken and chipped off but automatically healed itself. Put the photographs of Sakshi Pramana in your Facebook page and social media. Show the world. Atmalinga is a living being, not just some matter. Come on. I'll start now. Let's start the initiation. Om, 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 Om. Om, 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 Om. Someone is asking why I am keeping all these gods and goddesses. I wanted world to know that this is from the Hindu tradition and all these Hindu gods and goddesses are real. And that is why I am keeping all of them. And I want all of you to start respecting, revering, worshipping the Hindu tradition. That is why I keep them. Om, 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 Mahaganapati, Mahaganapati, Mahaganapati. Om, Om. Brahma, Parabrahma, Brahma, Parabrahma, Vishnu, Parandama, Rudra, Paramarudra, Ishana, Parameshana, Sadashiva, 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 Mahakameshwari Sameda, Mahakameshwara, Paramashiva Shakti Sameda, Paramashiva, Paramashiva Sameda, Paramashiva Shakti. Om, Om. Parabrahma Swarupini, Saraswati, Sharada, Parandama Swarupini, Mahalakshmi. Om. Om, 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 Om.
दीपिका दाक्षायणी दैत्यहन्त्री दक्षयज्ञविनाशिनी धरान्दोलितदीर्घाक्षी दरहासोज्ज्वलन्मुखी गुरुमूर्ति
Om, 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 Om.
सचामर रमावाणी सव्यदक्षिण सेविता आदिशक्तिरमेयात्मा परमा पावनाकृतिः अनेककोटि ब्रह्माण्ड जननी दिव्यवीर्यदा सिन्दूर तिलकाञ्चिता उमा शैलेन्द्रतनया गौरी गन्धर्वसेविता विश्वगर्भा स्वर्णगर्भा वरदा वागधीश्वरी ज्ञानगम्या परिच्छेद्या ज्ञानदा ज्ञानविग्रहा सर्ववेदान्तसंवेद्या सत्यानन्दस्वरूपिणी लोपामुद्रार्चिता लीला क्लृप्तब्रह्माण्डमण्डला अदृश्या दृश्यरहिता विज्ञात्री वैद्यवर्जिता योगिनी योगदा योग्या योगानन्दा युगन्धरा ब्रह्मात्मैक्य स्वरूपी अम्बकदम्बवनस्थिरवासिनि अम्बुजलोचनि अमरनुते अतिमृतभाषिणि अमृतकटाक्षिणि आश्रितरक्षिणि हरसहिते अम्बकदम्बवनस्थिरवासिनि अम्बुजलोचनि अमरनुते अतिमृतभाषिणि अमृतकटाक्षिणि आश्रितरक्षिणि हरसहिते संबरवैरि सदार्चितचरण सरोरुहनूपुरश्रुतिविनुते संबरवैरि सदार्चितचरण सरोरुहनूपुरश्रुतिविनुते जय जय हे नित्येश्वरि शङ्करि नित्यपुरि नायकि पालय माम् जय जय हे नित्येश्वरि शङ्करि नित्यपुरि नायकि पालय माम् नित्यनित्येश्वरि 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 पालय माम् नित्यनित्येश्वरि 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 पालय माम् सुन्दरवामशरीरणि सुललित वेशिनि लम्बोदर जननी सुन्दरवाम शरीरणि सुललित वेशिनि लम्बोदर जननी सुरपति पूजित पदकमले कल हंस समान मृतुदमनी सुरपति पूजित पदकमले कल हंस समान मृतुदमनी सन्दन सर्जित कुशमण्डल मणिभूषणि मन्मन वयसमनी सन्दन सर्जित कुशमण्डल मणिभूषणि मन्मन भयसमनी जय जय हे नित्येश्वरि शङ्करि नित्यपुरि नायकि पालय माम् जय जय हे नित्येश्वरि शङ्करि नित्यपुरि नायकि पालय माम् नित्यनित्येश्वरि 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 पालय माम् नित्यनित्येश्वरि 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 पालय माम्
Om. 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 Om.
शुकोदण्ड पशाङ्कुश पञ्च कुसुमासर शोभित करकमले इक्षुकोदण्ड पशाङ्कुश पञ्च कुसुमासर शोभित करकमले लक्षस्थल अलङ्कृत पीताम्बर कुञ्जुकधारिणि अतिविमले लक्षस्थल अलङ्कृत पीताम्बर कुञ्जुकधारिणि अतिविमले अक्षररूपिणि आत्मप्रकाशिनि अपार करुणामयलीले अक्षररूपिणि आत्मप्रकाशिनि अपार करुणामयलीले जय जय हे नित्येश्वरि शङ्करि नित्यपुरि नायकि पालय माम्। जय जय हे नित्येश्वरि शङ्करि नित्यपुरि नायकि पालय माम्। नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि 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 पालय माम्। हिन्दु त्रिकोण श्री चक्र निवासिनि ब्रह्म विष्णु पूजित चरणे हिन्दु त्रिकोण श्री चक्र निवासिनि ब्रह्म विष्णु पूजित चरणे बिल्वार्चन प्रिय शिव हृदयेश्वरि बृहन्नायकि भवभयहरणे बिल्वार्चन प्रिय शिव हृदयेश्वरि बृहन्नायकि भवभयहरणे मन्दगमनि मधुसूदन सोदरि मातङ्गी मरगदवर्णे मन्दगमनि मधुसूदन सोदरि मातङ्गी मरगदवर्णे जय जय हे नित्येश्वरि शङ्करि नित्यपुरि नायकि पालय माम्। जय जय हे नित्येश्वरि शङ्करि नित्यपुरि नायकि पालय माम्।
Om. Om.
नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि पालय माम्। 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 केशालङ्कृत किरीट शोभित पासमान लावण्यमुखे केशालङ्कृत किरीट शोभित पासमान लावण्यमुखे केयूरकुण्डल कटक गङ्गणमणि हार सुशोभित कण्डयुगे केयूरकुण्डल कटक कङ्गणमणि हारसुशोभितकण्डयुगे वासमघोषर वैभव सुचरिते वासव पूजित चरणयुगे वासमघोषर वैभव सुचरिते वासव पूजित चरणयुगे जय जय हे नित्येश्वरि शङ्करि नित्यपुरि नायकि पालय मां जय जय हे नित्येश्वरि शङ्करि नित्यपुरि नायकि पालय मां नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि 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 पालय मां
Om, 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 Om.
परिमळ पुष्प विराजित पन्नग वेणिरलङ्कृत चन्द्रधरे परिमळ पुष्प विराजित पन्नग वेणिरलङ्कृत चन्द्रधरे
I bless you all. Let the Parashodasi manifest in all of us as the living incarnation, Paramavatara of Paramashiva. I bless you all. Let Parashodasi manifest in all of us. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living. Shuddhadvaita Saivam Paramadvaitam. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Yadi Lakshmyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimer. video audio recording. Important
Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda